Chapter 1 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. To myself, and the life that is slowly loosening my skull plates. The author has never met anyone remotely suggestive of the characters in this book, and he truthfully hopes he never will. Chapter 1. When I carried my bride across my room's doorsill at the San Francisco Argonaut, the world that was known to me stood still. The lilting joy of the day sang through me in pulsing wonder. Like a fire burst from the infinite, this woman had come into my life, and the prize I carried through that doorway would have stirred the envy of any man. For a moment the bellboy tarried in poised expectancy, until convinced of no intention on my part to abandon Eva in search for a coin. Smiling flippantly, he pulled shut the door behind us and was gone, and I was alone with my bride in my arms. "Happy?" I asked, giving her lithe, warm body a possessive squeeze. She nuzzled her face to my cheek, and in all the vibrancy of the voice that had captivated me said, "Oh, Mark, isn't it strange and wonderful?" The words broke off in a little chuckle of joy that sent desire rocketing through me. I stood Eva to the floor. I held her at arm's length. Covetously I studied the queenly perfection of her honey-colored hair beneath the gay little hat. An instant later I'd crushed her in an embrace which left both of us weak. "Now we'll have to find our way around," I said, contritely leading her to the best chair. "We've discouraged and disgusted the bellboy." "We'll manage," she chuckled throatily. I took our hats and the jacket to her gray tailored suit, and marveled at her trim composure in face of the awesome wonder of the moment. Magnitude of the step, and returning plagues of conscience for my betrayal of Edith Brinkley, had commenced jabbing remorselessly, and the breathtaking suddenness of my conquest of Eva Craner held within it an ever-deepening sense of mystery. A knock at the door steadied and sobered my thoughts, and I quickly shoved our wraps into the alcove closet. "I imagine they've brought our luggage," I suggested. "If you've any doubts or questions concerning the bridal suite, now's your chance to make them known." Ava's answer was in the rippling gaiety of her laughter. Gracefully and abruptly she sauntered through the alcove to her bedroom. Still zestfully alive to our adventure, I opened the door. The grinning bellboy had returned with my leather Gladstone and Ava's 2 small overnight cases. Behind him was the Argonaut's dark-suited and smiling manager, and a gawky maid. The boy dropped the cases to the floor, and the manager stood respectfully silent while my 50-cent piece at last crossed the young man's palm. After the boy's jaunty nod and quick exit, the maid turned to open the windows and straightening curtains. The manager diligently smirked. "May we take the cases to her chamber, Mr. Allard?" he asked. "I'll care for them," I suggested. "I think Mrs. Allard would rather not be disturbed." The manager's smile was too obsequious and knowing to suit me. "Should you have any needs," he wheedled, "do not hesitate to ask. The maid will remain to help you get settled. We want our guests to feel entirely at home. Perhaps you'd care for dinner served in your rooms?" "We've had dinner." "Everything, then, is all right?" "All right," I willingly agreed. After a "thank you, sir," and a final smirk, the Argonaut's manager sidled from my presence. I heard Eva conversing to the maid in low and earnest tones as I carried our bags to the chamber. Like a big, self-conscious oaf, I nervously towed the rug and gaped around the frilled and dainty room, while the maid acquainted my bride with closets, faucets, and towels. I was the miser counting gold as my covetous eyes weighed the contrast between the spindly, flat-chested maid and the soft curves, round calves, and cone-like breasts of the woman who was now mine to cherish. How could my other love have survived? It all seemed so unbelievably strange that I, Mark Allard, conservative partner of Allard and Brinkley, and betrothed to Brinkley's daughter Edith, should find myself married to a woman I'd known less than 3 days. Of my bride's antecedents or social standing I knew nothing, and cared nothing. My torrid courtship of Eva Craner had beginnings in the dining car of the Daylight Limited, while I was en route from Los Angeles on a routine business call. The diner had been crowded. The steward had tendered Eva the other half of my table, and from that moment I had shamelessly given myself to the chase. No matter what Eva Craner stood for, no matter who or what she was, I'd wanted her from the instant of her first casual word. I'd stared at the most unearthly beauty of her slightly elongated and intelligent face, the indescribable charm of her smile, and the faultless symmetry of her being, and I'd sworn, though the fires of hell consume me, the woman would be mine. Ava's touch on my arm ended retrospection and turned me with startled suddenness. She smiled at my nervous alarm. "Dearest, we're alone now," she said. The maid's gone?" I stammered. "Didn't you hear her go?" "I was thinking." "Of what?" she said quickly. "About us," I smiled, and took her again in my arms. "Why, I scarcely know you, and yet you've chained me like a slave." "You're my earthly answer," she whispered mysteriously. "I've known it from the first." I pondered the oddity of her statement as I held her tightly in upon me. "You've never met another man you could love?" "Not in fleshly reality." "God," I lustily moaned, staring fascinated at the slight cleft in her sharp-angled little chin and the hungering contour of her red-petaled lips. "Tell me, Ava, where have you been? How could a flower like you stay out of the clutches of men? You're more beautiful, more desirable than anything I've ever known."
"I know,"
she said simply. I released my passionate hold upon her, blinked at her amazing self-assurance, and drew her to the bedside. "Tell me, Ava, how did all this happen? I mean, our meeting, our marriage."
"Our moment had arrived, Mark. I knew I would meet you. I chose you when I saw you."
"But didn't I do a bit of the choosing?"
"Our moment had arrived," she repeated.
I mulled in wonder over the little I knew of my bride, mostly the information necessary to the license application. She was 21. Her father was a Pasadena doctor of some sort. She had spoken vaguely of a brother. In turn, she had evidenced not the slightest concern regarding my family, my profession, or our future economic status as man and wife. "At college, did you have no love affairs?" I probed.
"I attended no college. I've had no formal schooling."
"Private tutors?"
She nodded. "My father and Margot and Castleman, sole teachers, and good ones for my brother Osmond and myself."
"And a splendid job they did," I enthusiastically complimented. "Osmond's older, I take it?"
"By 1 year. Father is readying him for his debut as a concert pianist."
I shook my head in fresh wonder. "Your Dr. Father appears to be a most capable and brilliant soul." Ava tilted her chin. Her gray-green eyes flashed pride.
"My father is a master of all things," she said. "Truly, my father is a great man."
I cocked eyebrows with surprise and stared. "I'm happily anticipating our return," I bravely replied. "I'm anxious to meet your gifted father and brother."
"They'll be waiting for us, dear Mark."
And she tenderly pressed my arm as if to bolster my uncertain courage. "I hope your father is not too disappointed in me."
"Dearest Mark," she whispered, "all things concerning us are known and agreeably anticipated. As my husband, you're of us, and you'll be received with a welcome and with joy."
I sighed my relief, tossed misgivings aside, and folded Ava once more to my arms. "I'm wiring the townhouse tomorrow," I whispered. "I'll tell them I'm bringing home a bride. They'll turn my apartment upside down to have it ready."
"We shan't live there,"
she declared, struggling free from the kiss I'd given her.
"Our home is finished. It's a beautiful thing, Mark. You'll love it."
I stopped, abashed by her self-assurance. "Where, for Lord's sake?"
"In Pasadena, on my father's estate. You'll be amazed, and you'll be happy."
"Wait a minute," I said, my pride suddenly repelling at the smug sureness of her stand. "I'm not exactly poor, Ava. I married you, and I intend to support you without dowry, without assistance."
"You'll understand everything, Mark dear, when you see it. There's certainly no occasion for your pride to suffer. My father will convince you."
"Just the same," I affirmed, "I'm wiring the townhouse."
"As you please, Mark," she said sweetly, "but you'll never find occasion to use that apartment."
She kissed me, and glory beat new wings in my breast.
"Now," she said, "I must ask you to retire from my chamber."
"Bashful?" I teased.
Not that, Mark. I've my own little private ritual. When you come to me, I'll have changed to the soft silk of night. I'll receive you, my husband, in 30 minutes. And in bed.
I looked at her again, and whistled my amazement. The sultry kiss I gave her was the undeniable flag of my surrender. With neither hope nor desire for deliverance, I walked from the bride who had stolen me. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 2. Our week in San Francisco proved a memorable one. Every day was rich with new discovery, and clothed about with all the warmth of purloined bliss. Emergence from staid bachelordom to devoted husband was not the perilous, soul-shaking affair my shy nature would have imagined. Rather, it became the pleasantest of tasks, and I took to my new role with avidity and zest. Business was forgotten. I called on none of my firm's accounts, and for all the good my journey availed the corporate law firm of Allard and Brinkley, I might have accomplished more by never having made the trip. But that could not have been. What I in reckless exhilaration perceived as luck's gracious gain was no less than a firmly determined mystery on the part of fate. Life's subsequent pattern was to inform me of this in ways unforgettable, but in my week of joy I was young again, most deeply alive with every thought and act centered upon the woman I so suddenly and strangely had taken to wife. The process of Eva's discovery was a rich experience. The manner by which the threads of our separate existences so quickly and completely wove themselves into firm corded pattern was incredibly profound. For one thing, I, by nature and inclination, was of serious turn, yet never in lifetime's search could I have found a personality so completely and sympathetically of the same pattern. Art and music were sustaining adjuncts to my life, but my capabilities and understandings of these things appeared almost puerile and trivial beside the aesthetic depths to which Eva Craner's soul was revealed to me. Unfoldment of her talents and accomplishments came slowly, in the most modest and unassuming of manners. As an instance, there was the pleasing shock of her pianistic skill. She had mentioned her brother's hopes and aspirations in the concert field, and in the heat of our nuptial afflatus, I promptly had forgotten it. What was revealed to me when my comely bride struck the first chords from the Argonaut's piano is not so easily forgotten. It was late. We had come home from the theater by the rather circuitous route of Cosgrays, and were heady with champagne and the warmth of our great secret. A few loiterers were spotted about the Argonaut's richly padded lobby. Laughing like children at a school recess, we had started across the big room toward the elevator. As always, male eyes instantly and covetously were upon Eva, who this night was gowned and caped in the glittering beauty of her new clothes. I may have been intoxicated, or it could have been the youth joy freshly possessing me that stayed our journey mid-floor. "Wait," I said, spying, as though for the first time, the deserted music room to the left. She eyed me with a questioning half-smile. "Come, Eva," I laughed. "I shall play for you." Impulsively, and before she could remonstrate, I grasped her arm and led her up the 3 carpeted steps to the music cove and its Steinway. Chuckling, in gayest of humor, I parted my coat-tails in mocking imitation of the professional concertmaster, and sat myself down to the keyboard. After a quick muss of my graying black hair until it fell about my ears, and after an absurd flexing of fingers and rubbing of hands, I endeavored to treat our happy souls to the airiest trills of Chopin. I was vain of my accomplishments, and in the moment drunk enough that it did not seem improper or ridiculous to serenade my bed partner from the hotel's music room at 1 a.m. in the morning. "Like it?" I asked.
"I love it,"
she delightedly cried, flinging an arm about my shoulders and shamelessly hugging me.
"Darling, you're wonderful."
"Now it's your turn," I said, rising.
"No," she insisted. "You play to me. Don't stop, Mark."
"It's your turn."
"What gave you the idea I could play?"
She smiled coquettishly as I drew her to the bench beside me. "All little girls can play," I laughed. "Try chopsticks if you know no other." Like naked little elves at dance, her slim fingers merrily tinkled the scale for just a brief moment. I was delighted in the discovery she was no tyro. Then suddenly Ava stopped. Her eyes focused queerly on the crystalled lights and plush curtains across the room. Silently, mysteriously, her hands crawled upward to her head. The gaiety on her face dissolved in a look of stern power. While I watched, the fingers of her right hand pushed themselves up through the immaculate whorls of her beautiful hair, until her hand lay directly at her forehead, fingers curved across the scalp. Next I saw her left hand firmly grasp the back of her head, and watch amazed while she squeezed at her cranium until her fingers turned bloodless and white. Instantly, and before my thoughts could frame a question, her hands dropped to the keyboard, and, as though she were utterly oblivious to my presence, a mighty chord of power and resonance rolled from out the Steinway. While I sat, literally struck dumb by what I had seen, the Liszt concerto, in all its spirited grandeur, began pouring forth in a way that could never have excelled in its pristine conception. For 10 minutes I sat enthralled. At my touch, she finally shuddered and ceased playing. "My God, Ava, where did you ever learn to—" For answer, she stared across the piano and commenced playing something that in all my musical experience I never had heard before. It had all the simplicity of true harmonic greatness, with a cadence and meter resembling the spaced throb of an epic poem. But the soul of that music cried out with all the mystery since the world began. My skin pimpled, my back grew cold, I felt my neck swell, and I trembled with sick fright. "Ava!" I half shouted. She stopped. With the docility of a child, she turned wonderingly toward me. "Ava, what are you doing?" Slowly the dawn of recognition came to her face. "Oh," she sighed, as though awakening from a dream. "Darling, what is that music? I don't know," she sighed. Her head drooped to my shoulder, and she sobbed for a moment. "I've never heard it before either." Her composure returned almost instantly. She dabbed her handkerchief to her gray-green eyes and smiled bravely and charmingly. We both turned. At our backs were all the lobby's midnight loiterers. "Take me to bed, Mark," she whispered. "Please, Mark, take me to bed." Trembling, as though I had walked eternity's brink, and with the nervous jerkiness of a shy man before the candid gaze of many, I led my bride through the questioning huddle of uninvited guests. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 3. The unanswerable depths of Ava's revealment disturbed me some, but the thrill and discovery of her profound musical gift, and a natural pride in her accomplishment, quickly allayed my perturbed state of mind. Though every hour with her revealed new and enticing facts, never did she flaunt knowledge or act toward me in manner other than the warm and sympathetic wife. The exciting discovery of her musicianship had shown one facet of her nature, and I was determined to uncover all the luster of her unique personality. I took her to the DeWeiss galleries, and there before the walled masterpieces I gently probed her on technique and the schools which had brought them forth. Blandly and innocently she volunteered facts and anecdotes on artists and paintings beyond any knowledge I had or could possess. Of books she could intelligently discuss practically any author of consequence since Chaucer. When I revealed how completely I was bested intellectually, I surrendered to envious silence regarding these things. Strangely, her intellectual stature had not been gained at the expense of the more gracious charms which men so readily admire. Her every thought was for me. Her soft voice and attentive hand were mine at every hour. She freely gave to full possession whenever impulse stirred me. By the time our week had ended and we had entrained for Los Angeles, I had forgotten my misgivings, was gloating with pride over my conquest, and happy as any man could possibly be. The return was like an awakening from a dream of transcendent perfection. Mundane affairs of daily work, plus the added burden of my San Francisco neglect, now mockingly stared me in the face. I had neither inclination nor desire to again assume the monotonous charges and office cares of Allard and Brinkley. My professional trip had been a failure in every sense. There remained, too, the onerous chore of informing my fiancée, Edith Brinkley, of my broken faith with her, and the disastrous consequence of my change of heart. The steadfast and kindly Edith would take it the hard way, I knew for a certainty. Her father, my law partner, would never view my breach of faith with complacency. Moreover, there was the disquieting thought of Ava's own stand regarding our future plans. Not that she raised any verbal clamor against my townhouse apartment, but I sensed and knew her heart was set on our living at Pasadena, in the home so oddly prepared in advance for our nuptial sojourn. I had my pride, and my capitulation to her desire was only a partial one, occasioned by a wire from the townhouse just before we entrained south that it would take 2 weeks to prepare my apartment to the specifications ordered. Ava's reaction to the disappointing telegram was,
"Now there's no reason why you can't at least try Thalamus."
"Thalamus?" I had asked. "What a strange name for a house."
"You don't like it?"
"Well, I hardly know," I had confessed. "In pronunciation it has a subtle, almost musical quality. Its meaning is your secret."
"It's much more than just a name, Mark dearest. You'll understand when you see it."
And so Ava won, completely and easily. Her car met us at Union Station in Los Angeles on such an April day as only Southern California can provide. The sleek, dark limousine, driven by a thick-jowled, untalkative driver who wore only a chauffeur's cap as livery, and whom Ava addressed as Castleman, whisked us through the Elysian Hills tunnels and on to the smooth expanse of the Arroyo Parkway. Out through the green foothills wound the ribbon of concrete as the big Cadillac wheeled us with fleet speed and sureness. My bride patted my hand as if to assure me, and in that moment I was happy and content. At South Pasadena, we swung off the speedway and rolled northward along the canyoned margins of the Arroyo Seco. The oak-hidden estates, the lush natural growth of this scenic spot, and the serene blue of the cloudless sky seemed to me as incredibly lovely as a divine vision. And the happiness written on Ava's face enhanced even the glory of the morning. "I think you're glad to get home," I teased, leaning softly to her with every curve of the speeding car.
"Oh, Mark, our Thalamus is the most perfect spot in all the world."
Her sigh of contentment was like the whispered poetry of a summer breeze.
"Every matchless and soul-feeding thing is focused as through a giant glass upon it. You'd have to be a mystic to understand."
"I've none of the mystic in my makeup," I laughed. She flung a sharp defensive glance.
"Oh, but you have. You truly have."
I lighted both our cigarettes and leaned comfortably back. Castleman, whose webbed red neck proclaimed him older than I had thought, seemed to my suspicious eyes a little too interested in our conversation. But my role of groom had, I knew, made me overtly sensitive, and so I dismissed my thoughts on Castleman to more fully bask in the charm of Ava's bird-like eagerness and the uninhibited manner she cocked her head and arched her girlishly cleft chin. "It's a nice spot of earth, all right," I agreed. "Those old mountains smile down mighty pretty out here." That was an understatement, and I knew it, for the purple-green crags of the Sierra Madres folded this rolling land in a crescent of loveliness that had me a trifle drunk with the glory of it. "What will Dr. Craner and Brother Osmond say when Ava comes tripping home with a man they've never seen?" The question reflected the increasingly perturbed state of my mind, as every mile fetched me nearer the inevitable scene I must face.
"They expect you, silly."
Castleman had one of his big ears cocked to our conversation, but Ava seemed not to mind. "Then you wired them from San Francisco?"
"No."
"How in the devil do they know, then?"
"You'd hardly understand."
"I guess not," I hopelessly sighed. "You're a baffling creature, Ava. But lead on to Thalamus, and I do hope they like me." We swung right from off the canyon boulevard to the modest entrance of the Craner estate, a stone-pillared gateway wreathed in ivory and scarlet-flowering bougainvilleas. No man from the street, by viewing the shady, unobtrusive simplicity of the thing, might have guessed the acreage it served, nor the devil's symphony of Baroque horror for which it was to stand entry. The winding drive led through a quarter-mile of native oaks and sycamores. We soon reached a point where the drive forked in 2 directions, and Castleman slowed the car.
"To Thalamus first,"
Ava directed. The big limousine sped left over a driveway newly cut and freshly macadamized. Through the dense timber and shrub growth I could discern no human habitation. In such a center of inflated real estate values as in California, I could only guess at the fabulous worth of such a holding as the Craner estate. When, as the Cadillac rounded a wooded curve and Thalamus burst to view, I could only whistle amazement. The house was neither extremely large nor ostentatious. It was beauty, and it was perfection. Like an architect's dream of the ultimate, it complemented the richness of its natural setting, and the richness of its natural setting complemented it. In a land where claptrap construction of wood, paper, and stucco was the accepted thing, it was a pleasing revelation to view a house reared with an artist's touch from natural tinted rocks and shales of California's mountain terrain. It was two-storied, slate-roofed, with leaded, multi-paned windows that swung on their curved casements. Bedded flowers and shrubs peeked from the breaks in its flag-stoned forecourt. Ava stopped the car for my admiring benefit.
"Well, here it is," she said. "Here's Thalamus."
"Beautiful," I sighed. "It is beautiful." I gazed for a moment with an aesthete's delight. The purr of the motor was the only sound breaking the almost eerie stillness. "Who was your architect, Ava? Who designed the house?"
"I did," she said simply.
"You?"
"Why, Mark, what's so odd about that?"
I shook my head in abject bewilderment. "Nothing, I suppose, from what I'm beginning to observe."
"The soul yearns always for perfection. I've tried to embody in Thalamus all the points made known to me."
"Points?"
"Well, take for instance the eye, an appended part of the brain. The eye abhors an angle. To it a curve is always more pleasing than a straight line. Nowhere in this house is there a direct angle or straight line. You perceive that even the roof is undulating, like nature's pattern in hills and mountains. Windows are oval or ellipsoidal in shape. The whole effect is one of softness. Thalamus is unobtrusive and in harmony with every hill and tree within your range of vision. You could sit for hours and never weary looking at it. For us, I wanted the nearest thing to perfection."
The inexplicable mystery of Ava's prenuptial planning mercilessly flogged again at my thoughts. The recesses of my mind could conjure for me no adequate answer. Either she was smugly sure of herself, or was possessed of an uncanny sense of timing. She'd built Thalamus to suit an unknown husband, and here, in answer to strangest design and intent, was the unknown husband gloating over it with admiration and pride. "Where in heaven's name did you learn all these things?"
"Father was my preceptor, of course, when he built his own house, which he calls the Cradle of Light, and which leads off from the road's other turn. The infinite voice had not made all things known to him. The Cradle of Light is much more conventional, as you will note when you see it."
She stopped a moment, poised in thought.
"But you'll find nothing conventional about Father," she added reflectively.
Ava touched Castleman's shoulder. The car glided up the driveway. "So far as I can see, there's nothing conventional about any of the Craners." For a moment she stared downward at her patent leather Oxford.
"Perhaps now is the time to tell you," she said, "rather than have you risk shock at discovery."
"At what discovery?" I asked, with new interest.
"My father, though mentally a giant, and psychically a master, is, in body, the saddest of misfits."
She paused again, and laid her hand on mine.
"Mark," she almost whispered, "my father was born without ears, and he was born without legs."
End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 4. We spent the day close to Thalamus, and though the house was an invigorating curiosity to me, the press of events allowed only a most superficial perusal of its seemingly endless attractions. Its interior was conceived on the same motif of curved and soft lines, with the addition of the best in modern functional design. From tinted, opaque glass doors to furnishings, every part seemed coordinated to basic use, beauty, and the high genius behind the building's creation.
"Now this is your study,"
Ava explained, showing me a dome-ceilinged room that was a delight to the eye.
"Mine is directly across, through the music room."
Studies somehow seem foreign to ladies, I said, gazing about me with admiring eyes. The shelves were lavishly stocked with books. The massive oak desk was correctly placed for light, with the windowed oval falling at the sitter's back. Flimsy things, such as boudoirs, seem to fall more in the womanly province. Ava smiled mysteriously and pulled off her leather travel gloves.
Boudoir and study are both important to your lady.
Gloves in hand, she motioned outward to the room.
Isn't this what you would have liked?
It's perfect, Ava. The greenish tone to the walls is restful and conducive to thought. The paneled lighting seems to be an essential part of the decorative plan, and completely unobtrusive. Oh, my dear wife, you are a wonder.
In the shelves you'll find duplicates of all important law books already in your possession, as well as any other type of book you have read or would enjoy reading. They're your selection.
Did you send a dray to the townhouse? I asked, both astonished and amused.
No, a draft to Brentano's.
Instantly I strode to the tiers of books. There was Blackstone, and every case history law book I possessed, perfectly bound, perfectly arranged. There before my startled gaze were the novels, biographies, and texts that had given me pleasure in the past, and which had been so much a part of my life. Shelved in another section were rows of books I mentally had made note to read when time would permit, and in another section, in neat array, were the lusty ribald tomes which are the gentleman's private domain.
The piano is a duplicate of the one in the music room and the one in my chamber,
Ava was saying.
You'll enjoy it, and I think I have your choice in recordings.
Rendered speechless by her uncanny predilections, I humbly turned to the east wall, where, on either side of the built-in phonograph and radio, were the albums of popular and classical recordings. Here were Beethoven, Franck, Brahms, Haydn, and Tchaikovsky, and the complete and particular symphonies which for years past had been my ever-constant favorites. Absent were Debussy and Bach, two composers whose genius were neither stirring nor interesting to me. I felt now as though she had raked all the meat from my mental stew. "In the name of hell's fury, Ava," I managed to gasp, how could you know of these things?"
Miracles become the commonplace when operative truth is known and recognized. My prompter reveals. I merely act.
I walked to Ava and gazed dumbfounded at her interesting and intelligent face. "Your prompter. That, of course, is your father. But how can—"
"My prompter is my psychic companion," she corrected. "My father is my teacher. It was my father who taught me how to bridge the gap between the finite and the infinite. In time, he will make all the things known to you, Mark. You are chosen and destined to serve mankind in a unique and wonderful way."
"It's too damn mysterious for me," I growled. "I didn't ask for all these things, Ava, nor will self-respect allow me to accept them. You and I, apparently, are going to have to talk some points through to an understanding. I feel uncomfortable, bewildered, and not a little resentful." She patted my hand and gave me another disturbing smile.
"Poor dear boy," she sighed. "Of course you're bewildered. Transition to these things can never come instantly. I'm leaving you here to rest a while. There's a telephone at the desk, and I want you to just laze around for the day. And please, Mark, don't be angry or critical. Try to understand, and do be my lover."
"As a man, you'll find me mighty hard to conquer," I warned. "I'm skeptical, and proud as Hades. But I am your lover, you delicious thing of mystery. I am your lover." And I bent her savagely to me. After she was gone, I spent the remainder of the day in my odd new quarters, mostly at my piano and recordings. I telephoned Brinkley and informed him of my arrival. He was persistent in his desire to see me at once, and I was emphatic in my refusal. I told him I was at a hideaway of my own choosing, and for the sake of my privacy, it was completely secret even to him. I bluntly informed him I would return only on the day of my own decision to return, and utterly refused to talk any sort of business with him. Somehow I could not bring myself to confess my betrayal of his daughter. It seemed to me that was a matter for discussion man to man, and since Edith's father had an adequate and reasonable answer to my absence, one that logically might even pacify Edith in absence of a better excuse, I decided to postpone my day of reckoning, at least until I felt better able to cope with it. I solemnly resolved to make a trip uptown in a day or so, cleanly acknowledge my breach of faith to Edith, and tend to whatever office affairs demanded attention. At Ava's suggestion, luncheon was served in my study. With my wife present, I again raised my voice in protest of her complete capture of me as a man. But it was a weak sort of protest. Truth is, I had settled to the comforts of Thalamus as though they were custom-made to suit my every secret wish. And such, I remembered with shame, was the expressed premise upon which the house was built. "Ava," I said, "I must insist we move to my apartment." She lifted eyebrows in charming surprise, to smile across the coffee cup.
"Could an apartment take the place of this?"
"No, but it would only be a temporary matter, until I could get a house built."
"The male ego," she laughed. "What a useless and senseless duplication of effort, just to satisfy an archaic phobia."
"For me to live here would be nothing less than a complete surrender of self-respect."
"Not at all, dear Mark. Except for a few activities of a more or less personal nature, you may take over complete management of Thalamus. If you so desire, a lease contract in your name can be arranged. Anything within reason that will make you feel at home."
I lit my after-lunch cigar and leaned back in my chair. "I'll buy Thalamus," I declared, with sudden resolve. "Yes, I'll buy it." Ava pondered a moment.
"A lease will have to suffice, Mark," she said. "The ground upon which Thalamus stands is part of my father's estate. That land, with its buildings, are to be held in perpetuity, pledged to the continuation of a great work. Upon my father's death, the Cradle of Light will become a seat of learning, the atelier of cosmic consciousness. When his researches are completed and published to mankind, these acres will doubtless become as a holy shrine to the world. While you and I prepare ourselves, Thalamus can be our happy retreat."
"Prepare ourselves?" I lowered my cigar and stared across the table at Ava. The smoke haze through which I viewed her, I swear, was no greater obscurance than the haze through which my mind groped. "Only thing for which I'm preparing myself," I said stiffly, "is to get back to work." Vivacity and joy tumbled back to her face.
"Oh, Mark," she said jubilantly, "you've no idea the wonderful things in store for you. Step by step you'll understand and accept. But now you must just rest, relax, and get used to things. You're an intelligent husband, and you should have all the rights and self-respect which go with the calling. We'll execute a lease on Thalamus. You may take over its management, with but few limitations accepted."
She lowered her voice and toyed with her coffee cup.
"Mark," she said, "if by the time of my father's passing you've become an adept to a school of thought, this property, all things upon it, shall be yours."
"And I become a preacher of some newfangled religion?"
"You become a preceptor of cosmic consciousness."
"No thanks, my lovely wife. I'll stick to writing briefs. But I do like Thalamus, and I will execute that lease."
"Have you no yearning to explore this new realm of thought and discovery?"
"Only a mild curiosity to know what the hell makes you tick."
"You may get a few hints when you visit Father. We'll talk over these things with him tonight. Osmond doubtless will pay his respects to us here, probably this afternoon, but because of Father's physical state, the doctor has asked us to visit him at the Cradle of Light."
"I look forward to meeting your father," I lied. "He must be a brilliant and interesting man."
"You'll find him all of that, Mark. We think him the greatest man alive."
End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 5. The afternoon passed comfortably and almost too quickly. After Ava retired to her quarters, I began the sampling of my room's attractions. A season of good reading lay shelved and waiting for me, but I was wearied from last night's train ride, and eyed the pale leather sofa with an indolent man's delight. After Margot, Ava's tall, oldish, and rather handsome maid, cleared away the meal's dishes and silently glided out with her cart, The whole house settled down to the oppressive silence of a tomb. The phonograph saved me from a headlong plunge into mental depression, for in mind I still was jousting with all the strange problems so suddenly raised by my marriage to Ava Craner. I played Franck's D minor symphony and listened through to its hypnotic finish. By then I was ready to surrender myself to the sofa. When I awoke, the dusk of evening had laid itself heavily upon the room. I must have been dreaming, for I arose with a shudder of fear. The whole room seemed to be smothering in something abysmal and terrifying, and I endeavored, as I stared into the gloom, to recall what hallucinations of sleep might have so plunged me into fright's black abyss. No detail surrendered itself to mind, and soon I was bravely endeavoring to laugh off my unmanly fears. I stretched my cramped muscles, arose, and flipped the wall switch. My trepidation fled with the light, and I gaped around me with interest at the glowing panels of tubed brightness which attested to my wife's most curious ingenuity. I stepped up to the adjoining bathroom, shaved, and completed my toilet. The change to dinner dress was finished in my shiningly new bedroom. It was 30 minutes or so before I returned to my study, and by now it was fully dark. Ava had not yet made her appearance. A browsing amid the room's literacy treasures proved the weakest of substitutes for the pleasurable company of the creature I had married, and every vestige of melancholia soon fled in the lively hopes of her appearance. But minutes dragged along, and love made me impulsively alive. A moment later, in blithe disregard of manners, I had crossed the music room on my way to her chambers. Masculine assertiveness carried me farther. I burst unannounced into the room she had informed me as being her study. The sight which met my gaze snatched my breath away. In the very center of this circular room, beneath a ceilinged battery of therapeutic lamps, was a padded treatment table of white leather, similar to those used by osteopaths and spinal doctors. Stark naked, face upward, and with her head in a nickeled clamp, was Ava. The folded towel, shielding her eyes from the lamp's rays, prevented her seeing me. Her beautiful hair hung downward from the metal apparatus in which her head was cradled. Margot, the big maid who had served us at noon, was in the precise act of pressing and kneading at my wife's skull. To be seen was to be shamed, and I stood dumbly for a moment in Blunder's tracks. But Margot spied me. With a little squeal of surprise she ceased her ministrations, and with frantic modesty flung a sheet over Ava's voluptuous nakedness. "Oh, I'm sorry," I cried, and hurriedly backed out the door. But there was a slight Rabelaisian smile on my face as I walked my intruding self to the big living room. For 10 minutes I sat before the fire, mentally digesting the thing I had witnessed. Apparently Ava had some odd ritual pertaining to the cranium, hints of which had filtered through to me on our past days together. The burst of musical frenzy at the Argonaut's piano had been preceded by a pressing of hands to the skull. Other times there had been too, yet so casual were they I had considered them in the nature of a habitual gesture. There was no inclination on my part to pass off anything Ava did in ridicule, and too, the brief vision of her womanly beauty, centered as it were and spotlighted, had excited and disturbed me. I could muster no shadow of regret for my unseemly entry. The woman in nature's most fundamental pose was my wife, and frankly, I thought it was wonderful. 10 minutes later, Osmond Kramer had breezed into my study and was introducing himself, and Osmond, as solemnly we shook hands, quickly wiped away most of my preconceptions regarding him. "This is rather an important moment in our lives," he was saying as we lighted cigarettes and casually studied one another. For one thing, I had imagined Osmond the puny musician. Before me stood a dark-eyed youth, who conceivably might have been America's god of football. Deep-chested, muscular, with an abundance of curly brown hair above a virile and clean-cut face, Osmond became number 2 surprise of the family I'd married into. "It's important," I agreed, "and so astonishing it's taken my breath away. I've dropped rather abruptly into your circle, Osmond, and I do hope I'll make a tolerable brother-in-law." Osmond's eyes twinkled in Ava's manner, and I liked him. "No complaints to my knowledge," he chuckled, "and I know I'm satisfied." "Thanks," I said, blowing a cloud of smoke. "We'll get along first rate. Do be seated. I imagine it will be some minutes before Ava's ready." I paused and smiled at my thoughts. "She isn't quite dressed." "Probably at her cranial manipulation," he casually answered. "She's calendared at this time." More mystery, I groaned. Osmond grinned.
I imagine you found the Craners a bit odd.
I found the Craners a singular family indeed. You, a musician, Ava talented beyond anything I've ever seen in a woman.
Then she told you about me?
Osmond asked it eagerly. She certainly did, and I hope your debut is a sensation.
I'm vain enough to think it will be a sensation. But it's still 6 months away, really, Mr. Allard.
Mark, I smilingly corrected.
Really, Mark, I feel I have much to give the world.
I'm sure of it, I agreed. You'll never fail if you're at all like your lovely sister.
I never thought of the possibility of failure. Father never allows that word to be uttered in his presence.
Tell me, Osmond, what is this mysterious cranial manipulation of which you spoke?
Nothing mysterious when you know the law of its accomplishment. My father will explain it to you.
But what's the theory? How does it work?
It's quite a story, Mark. Father intends to make all of it known when he talks to you.
By now my curiosity was insatiably aroused. Can't you give me some idea? I insisted.
Well, briefly,
he said, and hesitated while he thoughtfully tapped the ashes from his cigarette.
Briefly, it has long been held by the medical world that the skull, as a housing for the brain and all sense perceptions, was an unpliable bony structure incapable of expansion or contraction, and destined to remain in the rigid pattern in which nature and environment had molded it. My father has learned differently.
That the contour of the skull can be changed?
Far more than that, Mark. You're acquainted, of course, with the anatomical composition of the skull.
It's made up of segments, I replied, glad that I could add one material bit to the erudite circle into which I was plunged.
That's right. Bony plates, fitted together with sutures of sawtooth perfection. It was my father's belief that if the skull plates were to remain rigid and unmovable, nature would never have left those hinged and fitted joints. After considerable experimenting, it was found that these sutures were movable. A field of therapy that will revolutionize the world is the result.
But what is the theory?
It's no longer a theory, as you shall see. Manipulation of the skull plates allows expansion, exercise, and growth to any particular seat of intelligence or control within the human concept. It opens vistas of accomplishment undreamed of in human annals. There is much more to it.
Osmond paused, crushed out the lighted end of his cigarette on the ashtray, and eyed me soberly.
Mark, he said, you are now in possession of a portion of the secret that will change this sick world, and make gods of men.
After what I had seen and learned, I hesitated to scoff. At least a little of the mystery of my odd marriage had revealed itself to scrutiny. I finished my cigarette in silence. Like a rabbit in a pathologist's cage, all I could do was wonder. Your father seems to be a gifted sort, I finally ventured. Both you and Ava speak of him in awe and reverence.
And why not?
Osmond asked, flinging his cigarette butt into the fire.
My father, in conquering his own physical defects, has opened wide vistas of hope to mankind. His children are and have been the guinea pigs for his experiments.
Mighty handsome guinea pigs, I declared. Your mother, you never speak of her. Dead, I suppose?
To this world,
Osmond replied with thoughtful shake of his handsome head.
Except for the last year's world tour, in company with our tutors, Ava and I have known no other place than this, the cradle of light, as Father calls it. In the accepted sense, there has never been a mother for us here. We have Father, and that is enough.
I refrained from probing what apparently to him was painful, yet the thought of a man born without legs or ears, siring such exquisitely perfect children, struck me as a biological novelty, to say the least. The chance for further pursuance of the quest ended with Ava's entry. I arose to my matchlessly groomed and perfumed vision in white satin and furs. May heaven and hell be my witness. No more beautiful creature had ever illumined the world and brightened the life of man.
On with your wraps, gentlemen, she was saying. Father awaits us at the cradle of light.
End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 6. The journey through the darkness to the cradle of light proved an eerie experience. Apparently Thalamus had been reared on the higher level of the Arroyo Seco's declining bluffs, and the winding path through the woods sloped ever downward, a tricky maze of flat stone pavement, steps, and abrupt turns. Ava and Osmond, naturally, were acquainted with the eccentricities of the course. To me it was an oddly disturbing experience. Increasingly thick and sticky upon the air was the thought-quickening scent of jasmine. With Ava and Osmond firmly clutching my either arm, I had the feeling of a prisoner being led to some weird fate outside the pale of my conscious choice. Osmond's flashlight, probing and seeking out the path's turns and drops, or bringing the brush and dense trees into ghostly relief, detracted little from the disquieting sense of my experience. My brain was like the searching light, restlessly peering into a strange darkness, hungrily plumbing the as-yet unfathomable depths of my own path ahead. Beasts and reptiles lying in wait at the shadowed margins of our journey to the cradle of light could have added nothing to my quickening spell of terror, and it was the accursed mocking-birds, those California night-callers and singers, whose fluttered trills and staccatos vocally marked our presence at every step to the ghosts of earth and sky. Mockingbirds. To this very hour their nocturnal songs turn my soul to moaning despair. Mockingbirds. Their song, the flawless music of the highest spheres of ethereal beauty cradled in and issued from the dark and awesome places of the night. Mockingbirds. The symbol of Thalamus, and all I came to know of it. Nature's bridge between bright heaven and black hell. The night's gray ghosts, who speak with the tongues of angels. On this first journey to the cradle of light, the jasmine was thick on the air, and the mockingbirds sang into my soul their doom song. On my last journey through the scented night, they were to mock and sing it again. Neither Ava nor Osmond had volunteered a word of conversation since leaving the doors of Thalamus. I was ashamed of my rising fears, and spoke to lift a stiffened edge to my sagging courage. "I'm sorry, Ava, for my unseemly behavior tonight," I apologized. "I didn't mean to break into your nature party." Her trilling laugh was like the mockingbirds, and I suddenly cringed with fear.
"It embarrassed Margot the most," she chuckled delightedly. "When you become an adept, we'll take those exercises together."
"Not with Margot on the scene," I declared, braving into a levity I did not feel. We made an abrupt turn down half a dozen rocky steps, the light beam from Osmond's flashlight picking for us the way.
"You wouldn't want Margot?"
"Gods, no. If the time ever comes that we play at craniums, we play alone."
"Either Margot or the doctor would have to be there," Osmond interposed. "They're the only two people in the world who've mastered the technique of spastic release."
"Both of them together couldn't budge a plate on my cranium."
"Wait until you see Father's hands," Osmond said. "They could crush a head like a walnut." "Wait until you know his heart," Ava quickly added. "It's big enough to encircle the world."
Gently she guided me around a steep turn in the path.
"Careful, Mark, dear. Our way is narrow and crooked at this point."
The thought of a legless, earless man possessing such attributes whetted my imagination. "Does your father ever visit Thalamus?" I asked, thinking of the circuitous route already traversed.
"He can and will," Ava said, "now that we're moved in."
I was at the point of asking how, when our path ended abruptly by the emergence from the woods to a rock and cement landing cut directly into the sheer walls of the arroyo. The jasmine's night scent gave way to the dark and misty smell of the river course below. And for the first time that night my eyes lifted to the twinkling blanket of stars overhead. Mockingbirds still played their ghostly flutes from the woodland above, but eagerly I breathed to myself an earthly strength from the arroyo's own singing chorus of crickets and frogs so far below. With new and critical interest, I gaped at the thick iron door in the cliff's bare walls. "For a cradle of light," I suggested, "you've a mighty dark entrance."
"This happens to be the back door," Ava laughed. "The house has an imposing driveway up front."
Osmond swung open the heavy door, stepped inside, and snapped a switch.
"Not so dark now,"
he said, at the sudden and uncomfortable flood of light. He backed off a step and politely waited while I guided my wife into the concrete passageway. While he pulled shut the door, I had another moment to admire Ava in snowy satin and mink shoulder wrap. Nothing sinister, nothing erotically mysterious shone from her calm face, and I determined then and there to put from me every disturbing thought. Osmond pocketed his flashlight, and we followed him along the musty hall to the door at the far end, which upon his sliding it open revealed the cage of a small elevator. We stepped inside. The door was shut, and Osmond pressed the button. When we stepped out, we were in the reception hall of the Cradle of Light. The reddish, puffy-jowled butler who smilingly took our wraps and sedately marched with them to the closets I immediately recognized as Castleman, the man who had driven us from the station. "You certainly hire versatile help around here," I whispered to Ava.
"You mean Castleman?" She laughed. "Why, he's one of us, a most scholarly and amazing gentleman, a main cog in Father's machinery. He tutored Osmond and me in languages and mathematics."
"Even your servants, or whatever you call them, I find most extraordinary. But, Lord, so is everything else I've come in contact with for the past week."
"I'll let Ava do the showing," Osmond suggested. "I'd like to slip away to my quarters for a minute. You'll excuse me."
I nodded willingly, and while Osmond bounded up the wide curved stairs, I gazed about me at the paneled magnificence of the room.
"You'll find much here to interest you, Mark," Ava was saying. "Until recently, it was my home."
"Everything's an endless wonder," I replied. "Especially odd, I find, is the color scheme."
"Have you ever observed the unearthly hues cast by the sun at daybreak?"
"I seldom get up that early."
"Well, each room of this house has been tinted with a color from the spectrum of dawn. Watch the morning's first creamy yellow in the east, with all its golden overtones, and you'll recognize the basis for this hall's hue and motif. All the colors have been centered and blended in the doctor's own great atelier. Color, we find, has not only been an extraordinary effect on man's emotional and psychic balance, but, recognized and correctly utilized, is an immense and an inexhaustible source of power. But come, Mark, we ought not to keep the doctor waiting."
Obviously dinner was not to be served in the big hall, and I lingered fascinated over my last glimpse of its opulent interior before moving on with Ava. White leathers, as in Ava's study, combined with deep and massive woods, had gone to make up the distinctive furnishings throughout. I counted 4 upholstered pillars, flat-topped and castered, one at each wall. On their sides near the top were silvered hand grips. Their height, approximately that of a man's hips, was the factor which distinguished them from the ottomans of common use.
"They are my father's own," Ava said, doubtless sensing the query in my mind. "They raise him to average height. He has them in every room."
In riotous imagination I was already picturing my torsoed father-in-law, dealing mysterious wisdom in glib and tireless vocal effusion from the leathered perches of his weird domain. I could have used a martini to good avail at this point of the evening's progress, but Ava offered me nothing and hurried me along. This day, at Thalamus, no liquor had I seen. To me this had been both surprising and disappointing, but because of newness I politely had refrained from asking. A minor point of oddity, too, had been Ava's uninhibited enjoyment of the wines and champagnes of our San Francisco sojourn. Well, as for the Craners, if they considered it necessary to keep the pledge in their households, so be it. On my first trip to Los Angeles, I intended to make certain one male sojourner had access to the bottle.
"We'll dine in the Blue Room," Ava was saying. "Osmond and Father will meet us there."
Castleman greeted us at the door, an ageless, tolerant smile on his beefy face. His bearing commanded respect. He radiated a subtle intelligence, and I was quite ready to agree with the Craners as to his probable worth. My only question was, where in the world had they found such a man? With poise and assurance he piloted us into the Blue Room, and the Blue Room proved smaller than I had first imagined. The table, under the pale ceiling lights, was faultlessly laid. Osmond, now strangely sober, was waiting for us. "Do I call the master?" Castleman asked. Osmond soberly nodded, and the butler toddled out the north doorway. A white leather pedestal, I immediately noticed, was at the head of the table.
"I'll place you lovebird so there's space between you," Osmond declared, smiling faintly. "Father can scowl at me across the centerpiece, and he is scowling tonight."
Nervously I took my place opposite Ava, and when she had seated herself I slipped quietly into the white-leathered chair Osmond had indicated. The somber undercurrent I sensed had wilted my exuberance, and again set the fires to my imagination.
"Have you and Father had words?"
Ava asked, in obvious alarm.
"Castleman just told me I'm scheduled for tomorrow's submission,"
Osmond petulantly replied, seating himself.
"I told him to remind the master that I have a forenoon date with my Steinway, and that I'm deep in the throes of my concerto. Father will have to wait another day." "Osmond, how could you?"
Dismally he eyed his plate.
"I suppose I shouldn't object," he said, "but these days I hate anyone who takes me away from my music, and Father's occipital tilt leaves me weak and giddy for days." "But, Oz, it's so important." "So is my music."
He reminded me of a perverse and sullen little boy as he drummed the tablecloth with his salad fork and moodily stared into his plate. This first evidence of dissension in Dr. Craner's autocratic domain was fairly amusing to me.
"I'd be mortally ashamed and deeply hurt to see my father's plans upset at this vital stage,"
Ava soberly answered.
"What about my plans?"
Osmond grumbled. Silently, calmly, Ava studied the problem. With the poise and assurance of high and cultured breeding, she met and held his gaze.
"I'll substitute for you,"
she said. In angry surprise, I looked first at her and then at Osmond. Plainly, it was time I had something to say about the matter.
"I've been too long away from Father's therapy anyway,"
Ava was saying.
"I'll be over first thing in the morning."
Osmond must have read the irritation and anger in my eyes and sensed the storm fast gathering within me. I was married to Ava Craner. Now and henceforth, I prepared to remind him there'd be a third party to consult in such affairs. "It's me he asked," Osmond sighed in grudging surrender. "I'm already under Father's study for that transverse release. Since he needs me, I'll not balk now, but it's playing hell with my music."
"Just take deep rests afterwards,"
Ava brightly suggested.
"You'll be all right, Oz, and you're a good boy."
The danger of a scene had passed, and I sighed my relief. Castleman's entry laid a final route to my disturbing thoughts concerning Craner's transverse release. The butler stepped respectfully aside, and my first view of the doctor in question was the top of his bald head above the table's linened surface. I stood, as a gentleman should, while the master reached his odd place at the table. The feat was accomplished by a series of quick gymnastics that left me breathless. Castleman held out his arm. The doctor took a one-handed grasp. In the flick of an eyelash, he had swung to table height, grabbed one of the pedestal's silver handles, and with a graceful arc had settled his abbreviated trunk to the pedestal's flat and padded upper surface. In dinner coat and bosom, from any part of the table at least, he appeared as other guests. Deformities were hidden below the table's margin, and self-consciousness was no part of this man. But stare I must, for never, among all the roller-skating cripples within recollection, had I seen the equal of Dr. Craner. I watched while Castleman lugged out the wheeled and nickeled glider which served the man in lieu of legs, and it certainly was no ordinary roller-skate affair. In quick glance I saw its 3 large wheels, whose rubbered surfaces enabled the doctor to silently traverse deep-piled rugs and polished floors about his house. But my interest could not acquit itself on the doctor's carriage, when the doctor himself sat to my left. In one swift appraisal I saw the metal apertures where ears should have been, the electric cords leading downward to his bosom microphone, the healthy pink of his skin, the pleasing contour of his great bald head, the piercing eagle-like flash of his dark eyes as he leveled them on me in deliberate and unhurried scrutiny.
"Father,"
Ava was saying,
"this is my husband, Mark Allard."
Smirking politely, I stepped to the table's end and held out my hand. It was gripped by as large and powerful a hand as ever I had known. The long phalanges that smothered my grip were electric in their contact, yet mistakably under a delicate mastership of one who has achieved the utter limits of coordination and control. "My son-in-law," Kramer said in a voice both vibrant and rich, "you are welcome, Mark, as one of us." "I've heard many strange and wonderful things of you, Doctor," I said calmly as thumping heart would allow. "There's always wonder in serving mankind," Craner modestly replied to my compliment. "Osmond, however, is the only one growing restless under the charge." With steady gaze he rebuked his son.
"Forget it, Father," Osmond hurriedly explained. "I'll be around in the morning."
"Very good, my boy." While he paternally beamed forgiveness to Osmond, I studied the massive depth of the man's chest, and the virile strength so dormant and useless to one as critically handicapped. I saw the pear-like contour of his pinkish face, the easy slope of his rather prominent nose, and the great holes which were his nostrils. And when the smiling face turned from Osmond to me, I saw the limitless depths of his dark and long-lashed eyes. I had collided with a personality, and trembling from the impact, I seated myself. I could detect no hostility or guile in the doctor's genial acknowledgment of me, or my welcome into the circle of his family. But a disturbing fact was now known to me, and I pondered it in deepest thought while Castleman, and an imbecilic-appearing housemaid who answered to the name of Inza, began serving the dinner's first course. Eva and Osmond's loyalty and devotion to this misshapen creature could never be overlooked nor denied. His filial hold upon them was depressingly and alarmingly certain. But I was not to be unhorsed at first encounter. I had come into this family group as husband to Eva Craner. In this first meeting, I felt neither love nor obligation toward her father. His hold upon Eva I instantly had recognized as a dangerous threat to my own happiness. In measuring the doctor as my adversary, I grudged him none of the laurels of his genius. In the fight ahead to preserve what was mine, I could see him only as a strong-willed, crafty tyrant who controlled the very lives and destinies of his children by the strength of his desires and the strength of his hands. Eva's blithe willingness to sacrifice herself for the weakly rebellious Osmond in order not to bait the displeasure of this monstrosity had not been a pretty thing for me to contemplate. I loved Eva Craner as my very soul in life. I had tossed away self-respect and honor to marry her. Disaster must face our mating so long as there remained the slightest possibility of her sharing in her father's mysterious affairs. The hold must be broken. I knew I must get her out. The doctor's eyes had seen me as another willing guinea pig, and I knew it. My soul had spoken with a sureness and finality that gave me strength, and in turn my eyes saw him as my enemy. In my next glance, I leveled the challenge. "I'm glad I married your daughter," I said. "I intend to take her out of here." There was silence, while the doctor's scrutiny bore like a twisting stiletto to the depths of my worried soul. He read what was there. I could not doubt it. Quizzically he raised an eyebrow, and a suggestion of a smile played about his lips and eyes. "So you intend to take her out of here," he taunted, casually passing me a plate of food. "I do," I promptly and deliberately replied. But a deep fear had come upon me. The doctor understood. The battle lines were drawn. I knew for certainty that the task I faced would be appallingly difficult and dangerous. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 7. Eva was sweet, gracious, but firm in her protests.
"I don't want to leave Thalamus," she declared, emphatically shaking her head. "And surely you like it a little bit."
In decisive earnestness, we eyed one another across the table. One moment of the wistful hope written upon her face, and I began feeling like a bully and a blackguard. I turned away before her tenderness and charm melted every weapon I possessed. "Of course I like Thalamus. You've searched the earth to make it desirable to me. Somehow you've anticipated my every want. It's a dream of beauty." I dropped my fork and stared dismally at my plate. "Then, my boy, don't change," Dr. Kramer counseled. "These acres have been Eva's home since childhood. The land in its very setting will be for you a spot of perpetual joy." "And that," I argued, "is precisely why we must go away. There's an unholy spell about this place that seems to weave itself upon you. Like a fly in the silken web of a spider. You're soon its prisoner." "My children are not prisoners." "Of a sort," I stubbornly affirmed. The big bald head was deliberately laughing at me. "My children have seen the world. They have learned most of what it has to offer. Osmond starts his concert tour soon. Eva herself was traveling when you met her. In light of such evidence, how can you honestly make such a statement?" Just the same, they are prisoners.
Not such a bad place to be confined,
Osmond suggested. I turned my impatience and anger upon him. You're beginning to find it irksome, I declared. Irksome because the world is suddenly intruding upon you. A hint of it was given in this room tonight.
So? To who are they prisoners?
Asked Dr. Craner in bland, soft voice.
And for what cause?
They're prisoners to you, I growled, and it's for you to answer why and for what cause. Before either the doctor or his children could interrupt, I commenced arguing my thesis in calmer tone. In spite of every cultural and educational advantage you've so generously bestowed upon your children, they're so hopelessly bound to this place that the rest of the world might well never exist. For them, these Pasadena acres constitute the center of the universe.
True,
Dr. Craner agreed, turning studious attention to his food.
It could be the center, you know.
Well, as for Ava, I married her, not this. I'm able to provide comforts not unbecoming such a lady. My desire is to take my wife out into the world, where she can be seen, admired, and known. I love her, Doctor. Believe me, it is for the good of both of us that I say these things.
Well put,
Osmond sighed.
Very well put. Mark,
Ava said, smiling proudly,
if I'm a prisoner, my bonds are not hard to bear, because they're bonds of love, for my family, for my home, for the humanity we serve, and now, most of all, for you.
I was bested. For a moment I ate in dumb silence. I wondered now if it wasn't jealousy instead of protective impulse that had brought my voice to bear so violently on my first meal with the family I'd married into. Surreptitiously I glanced at Dr. Craner, calmly bending his great head to his food. Castleman motioned Inza, the imbecile housemaid, to my side. As I accepted from her silver tray another warm roll, I might, under conditions less worrisome, have found her worthy of more careful observation. She was neat, well-formed physically, and would have been considered pretty were she possessed of normal faculties. But in my tone of thought she was only one more frightful and sinister part of the Craner ménage. And yet it could be that all things were frightful and sinister until understood. Perhaps the work of Dr. Craner was on the high plane his children claimed for it. Perhaps all of them were motivated by the ennobling traits of selflessness and sacrifice which have marked humanitarians and heroes since the world began. Perhaps it was me who was the selfish bigot, wrapped and tied in my own love for this woman, begrudging any part of her that might go to brighten another's path. For a minute I hesitated before the plunge. I knew then how brave was the man who freely admits his errors. I'm wrong, I apologized to the doctor, and sorry. A triumphant smile lighted his face.
As one of us, you'll know better. And you'll like us better,
Osmond said.
Perhaps Father will tell you of himself and his work.
Quite obviously you are a man of rare attainments, I said in my most conciliatory tone, and your children likewise.
We're all scientists, my boy, engaged in a strange and interesting work. Although barely on the trail, the things we've already discovered are wondrous and far-reaching. As one of the family, we had all hoped you might enter with us in this most unique quest, for assuredly we have the key that will release man to wonders undreamed.
From what Osmond and Ava have told, I agreed, the whole thing has an impelling interest. But naturally I must decline being a part of it. I have my practice at law, which is my first and foremost concern. And, since Ava has seen fit to marry me, I shall expect her to relinquish a great deal, if not all, her active participation in your experiments, Dr. Craner.
My husband,
Ava charmingly verified,
wants to make me less a scientist and more a wife.
Dr. Craner's dark eyes probed me like searchlights.
The only answer, he said, is to make Mark Allard one of us.
That may be difficult, I prophesied. Osmond leaned back while Inza, under Castleman's patient direction, cleared away his dinner plate.
For the benefit of Mark's obstinacy, Father, why not tell him a little bit of your personal history?
Do, I said. I'd love to hear it. The doctor nodded his head in ready agreement.
As a human being, he began, I was beaten by life at the start. Doubtless I must appear
peculiar to you, as to all men, for nature has denied me ears and lower limbs. My parents were unknown to me. One can hardly blame them for abandoning at birth the grotesque dwarf they'd conceived and ushered into the world. I was the despised, neglected, hidden waif of a foundling home, displayed only with apology, exhibited only as a spawn of oddity, hating, like a cornered beast, those self-sure beings before whom I was shown with such abject apology. Until I was 12, I'd never known the experience of sound. The grunts and droolings of an animal were the only sounds within my capabilities to utter. All the innate intelligence of my natural endowment with its mental gifts and human possibilities were entombed and locked in the inarticulate brain and freakish body which became my issue at birth. Strangely, it was a woman who saved me, an unmarried, ordinary, and unassuming female doctor of naturopathy, ignored by the medical world, anything but prosperous in her practice. I cannot divulge her name, but in honesty I must acknowledge her greatness. She saw me at my age of 12. She asked for me, and the asylum was happy enough to relinquish my care to her. My birth as a human dated from the historic hour I met her. I looked at the doctor with new sense of understanding. And this old woman voluntarily took you into her home. Please don't misunderstand me, he said. This kindly soul, while plain of face and likely considered a spinster, was at that time scarcely 30 years of age. Her office was half of a 2-family flat in Chicago. The time for me dates from the hour I was delivered into this woman's care. Remember, I could not hear. No attempt had ever been made to teach me lip-reading, and my guttural sounds were incomprehensible as words. But as I said before, fate had delivered me into the hands of a woman of great faith and persistence. Her first and greatest chore was to teach me to speak. And because she succeeded, the minutiae of my first tiny world of sensory perception has grown until I am determined it shall encompass the universe. Out of her slender resources, she hired a tutor in sign language. All her instincts as a woman were unselfishly focused upon me. And for the first time I learned what it was to be wanted. Of necessity, my first progress was slow. She taught me lip-reading with such patient thoroughness that, if this breast microphone were suddenly disconnected, I could look into any one of your faces and know what was being said. At night she would read to me, and by watching her face, the world of print became known to me. Always she experimented to bring the lost world of sound into my life. The old tin-horned gramophone was played directly into my face one day. I heard nothing whatever until she deliberately laid the big metal horn against my cheek. Instantly, the pulsating rhythm of music was transmuted to my brain by bone conduction, and my smile of pleasure brought tears of joy to her eyes. After that happy discovery, she daily would prop me up, and hour after hour I would play and replay the records with my head shoved deep into the horn. The greater revelation, however, came the day I accidentally clamped my teeth on the horn's edge, in my frantic hunger for the music's full enjoyment. Wonder of wonders! I truly heard for the first time. Full exploitation of this accidental discovery did not come until much later, when I designed my own equipment. My dessert lay forgotten and untouched as I listened to Dr. Craner's tale, and I watched with dull lack of interest while Castleman led Inza from the table. "Pardon me, Dr. Craner," I said, "did you have none of the natural part of the ear, like the drums or sensory conveyances?" There were no openings whatever in my head. I gaped at the man in fresh wonder. "Those metal devices you now wear, you say they're your own invention and design." I have tapped the sphenoidal bones, connecting them by vibrating plunges to the tiny solenoids either side of my head. These in turn are actuated electrically by the microphone and amplifier I wear at all times. Your astonishing knowledge of medicine. Did you gain it all from this woman? You understand, of course, the doctor explained in quiet and confidential tone, that such things as naturopathy, spinal therapy, and faith healing are more or less the stepchildren of medicine.
The orthodox medical world is unhappy about them and would obliterate them if they could. But someday, necessity itself will force some arrogant medics to accept their stepchildren into the fold and to recognize their indubitable merits. Psychiatry, for instance, took up where medicine had stopped in utter futility, and psychiatry, scorned and towed around for decades, at last has been accepted by all progressive schools of medicine and utilized as a science to the great gain of man. This woman, skilled in her own way, taught me all she knew, and kindled in me a desire for all other forms of healing knowledge. Above all, I learned from her never to scoff at anything I do not understand, that the truly scientific mind is open to all evidence. I became an insatiable student. Naturally, I am not recognized as a practicing physician. The unorthodox source of my knowledge and my own physical limitations preclude that. But, measured against the broad scope of man's need, such things as that are trivial and incidental. My therapy, almost perfected and soon to be demonstrated, will astonish and revolutionize all conceivable forms of healing. It deals directly with the source flow of both life and intelligence, and against its exalted concepts, the present science of medicine will appear as puerile and archaic as alchemy and astrology. My unnamed woman served greater than she knew.
"Why unnamed?" I asked. "I'd think you'd be proud to shout her name from the housetops."
"Proud, yes," he said, "but there's reason enough for not doing so."
"Then she's alive?" Dr. Craner narrowed his long-lashed eyes. He glanced at the silent Ava and Osmond, as though for mental approval.
"The woman is dead," he said. "To us she is dead."
I knew my mind was sucking like a sturgeon on a river's floor, but in the strange and murky waters through which I now was swimming, a new and enticing channel was suddenly opening itself to view. I took one of Osmond's proffered cigarettes and bent to his light. "If that be the case, Doctor," I persisted, "then why not let the world know of this splendid example of love and sacrifice?"
"The time is not yet," Craner quietly replied. "But since you're one of us, I'll take my risk in being frank."
He looked steadily at me. I felt my heart's beat accelerate.
"That woman was my wife," he said.
"Your wife?" I gasped. "You mean—"
"Yes, the mother of my children."
I puffed nervously. I glanced at Osmond and then at Ava. Both looked downward at my scrutiny. I had blundered into a family secret, and yet, the more I thought of the legless physician, the more exciting became the mystery. My sudden look at the doctor brought an almost imperceptible flush to his face. But I couldn't help it. My imagination was hitting a riotous pace.
"I know what you're thinking, my son," he said, fumbling with his spoon, "and it's true I was malformed in other ways besides hearing and locomotion. This woman shrewdly noticed, as the years passed, that her odd prodigy was traveling through puberty's phase, with the usual signs and manifestations of manhood's change. Being a woman of uncommon understanding and rare courage, she later took to herself that which otherwise might have been denied her." Dr. Craner tapped the spoon thoughtfully. "She proved a good mother."
At that point my imagination had leaped propriety's bounds. I had heard of artificial insemination, of its widespread use in the field of stock breeding, and its advocacy in the field of eugenics, but this was my first example in the sphere of human affairs. My Ava, her talented brother, were they test-tube babies, both? And yet, why not? Who dared say the world had not gained by the wonder? I dared not look at them. The surprises of my marriage appeared endless. But even a legal mind scarcely had right to pry into the modus operandi of these conceptions. "Osmond explained a little of your cranial therapy," I said in an effort to break the awkward silence. "I'm wildly anxious to know more about it." The doctor beamed happily at my show of interest.
"I can better describe it over a model," he replied. "Would you care to go with me to the atelier? I can show you better there."
"I'd love to."
"We'll all go," Ava quickly suggested.
"Castleman!" the doctor called. "My wheels, please!" Castleman appeared at the door immediately, not clearly hearing the request. With its repeat, he bowed respectfully, turned, and walked from the room. "For a servant," I said, crushing out my cigarette, "he's quite a remarkable man." "He's more than a servant, my son. Those who serve menially for me." I froze in horror at the sound. Like an aching cry from the eternally damned, the house suddenly was filled with the most ghastly series of screeches and moans ever to bedevil the human ear. "Merciful God!" I cried amidst the tumult. "What is it?" I leaped to my feet as though gored in the buttocks.
"Inza,"
Eva said, rising. The sound had a human quality, though they more closely resembled the half-bark, half-howl of a demented dog. My spine pimpled, my breath caught in terror. "You mean that maid?" I whispered. "The girl who waited on table a moment ago?"
"She has spells,"
Eva replied. The doctor calmly nodded to Osmond. Dropping his napkin to the table, and with a final draw on his cigarette, Osmond rose. "Sounds like Castleman will need you this time," the doctor said. Osmond hurried out. I waited, standing, while the noise painfully dwindled to silence. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 8. A feature of the doctor's mansion, and doubtless the genetical source of Eva's inspiration and architectural design for Thalamus, was the wheel-like arrangement of its rooms and apartments. The atelier itself, skylighted and circular in shape, appeared to be the hub and center. We entered through one of the 7 doors equally spaced about its perimeter. I marveled at what my eyes beheld. Not a single item in this room seemed discordant or out of harmony with the whole, all the more remarkable when its functional and utility value were considered. The doors closed flush with the plane. Surgical paraphernalia, reference books, and medical necessities occupied recessed shelves between the doors, with their glass covers closed to the contour of the walls. As Eva had promised, the softly exciting hues of dawn were unforgettably blended into its wall color, the spectrum's deep reds and violets diminishing to the lighter and softer yellows as the eye lifted skyward. A narrow cyclorama, strikingly done in the same spectral tones, marked the juncture of wall and windowed ceiling. About its circle was depicted the rise of the healing art from dim and savage past to the heights to which Craner himself imagined he was bringing it. In the room's center stood a padded and white-leathered table of most ingenious design. It had nickeled slots to accommodate various accessories, and was swiveled at the base for tilting at any angle to the perpendicular. The doctor's pedestal, an elaborate one, with nickeled apertures for trays and straps, was immediately behind the treatment table's skull clamps. We waited respectfully while Castleman held arm for the doctor to swing himself to its top. Insa's cries had unnerved me, and my hates and suspicions were plaguing me anew. Eva must have sensed this, for she pressed my hand reassuringly.
"She's such a pitiful creature. Because we love her, we keep her around. And she tries so hard. These spells come periodically. She'll be over it in an hour."
"Since your father claims to be such a head marvel," I said a little sarcastically, "why doesn't he cure her?" The shot went home, and Eva colored perceptibly.
"Insa is under treatment, Mark."
"This is an auspicious and important moment for myself and my children," Dr. Craner was saying from his pedestal. "A new member has entered our little family group, and it is my pleasure to explain to him the rudimentary facts of the great thing we have pledged our lives to accomplish. Osmond, will you prepare the exhibit?"
Like a dutiful son, Osmond relinquished his dinner coat to Castleman, and from one of the wall cabinets donned a shoulder-buttoned white doctor's smock. I watched, slightly contemptuous, while the youth hooked a glass-topped instrument tray to an aperture in the doctor's pedestal. A smile crossed my face as Osmond lugged out a base-mounted human skull for the doctor's analysis, and my edification.
"What are you thinking of?"
Eva whispered. "That I'm either attending some horror movie or that we're all slightly mad. All that's needed is for the clock to strike 12.
Insa's fit still worries you, doesn't it, Mark?
"I'd like a double martini," was my non-committal reply.
"Come closer, Mark,"
the doctor was saying as he ran an affectionate hand over the glistening skull. Eva led me to him. I lit a cigarette. Castleman retired with Osmond's coat.
"The medical world no longer is so ready to scoff at spinal therapy. There can be no further doubt that manipulation of the vertebrae to free the blocked nerve impulses in this, the psychic switchboard to the body, has a sound therapeutic basis, when you consider that every cell of the human body is utterly dependent on its lymphatic supply for food, and its nerve terminals for direction. You can readily understand the essential necessity of an unimpeded flow of nerve impulses through the complex and wondrous telephonic system with which nature has provided us. Block a nerve and you have isolated and rendered useless the cells which depend on it for the source flow of life. Then, if you release a spinal impingement, it will have a direct and beneficial effect on the cells, say, in our toes, I volunteered. In your toes, the doctor replied with bitterness. That, briefly, is the theory upon which spinal therapy is based. I, for one, believe it sound, true, and logical. You're a spinal therapist? My earlier studies had much to do with this branch of the healing art. I mastered all it had to offer, but time demonstrated its inherent limitations. My chart, Osman. I pondered the doctor's statements while Osman erected the illustrated spinal chart from a swiveled arm on the doctor's pedestal. I was growing weary. I was anxious to take my wife to bed. The spinal column, he declared, pointing at the chart with his long index finger, is the distribution center of every nerve in the body. Here the millions upon millions of tiny fibers are gathered into one great rope, traveling upward to the cranial box. He pointed to the box. Both spinal cord and the eyes are extended parts of the brain. The psychic center, the master control, the seat of intelligence, is the great nub atop the spinal trunk, the mysterious and wondrous terminus, housed in the bony cavity. Ava explained how you had discovered the mobility of the skull plates, I added. You adjust them as a pinch doctor adjusts a vertebra? Exactly. Most authorities conclude that the 22 bony segments are immovable, and many have written so. It is my contention that they are so joined for movement, and nature intended them to expand and contract. It sounds plausible, though you may find difficulty in convincing the world of it. I long ago proved the truth of it, my son. It was fascinating to watch his big hands move tenderly over the polished skull. They fondled it and caressed it, as a mother fondles and caresses an only child. Note the saw-toothed junctures, he eagerly suggested. Look at this point, where the coronal and squamosal sutures join the frontal, parietal, spheroidal, and temporal plates. The sutures are movable. I can extend the girth of your head 1/4 of an inch with one adjustment. Osman can tell you that I am opening his occipital, this bone at the base of the neck, to an unbelievable amount. For one last proof, I ask you to observe the beasts of the field. In yawning, they'll move the bones of their heads as though they were hinged, which they are. They even extend and contract their eye sockets. You make it sound plausible, I agreed. That secret, with its proper application, will remake the world. I looked at the legless wonder and wagged my head in astonishment. Am I to infer that the almost unbelievable accomplishments of Ava and Osman are evidence and proof of this therapy? All that and more, my son. Their perfection of face and figure, their psychic harmony and balance, and my own increasing intellectual attainments are all indisputable proof of a new light soon to dawn upon the world. The people you see in this room have almost reached the stage where they may draw on infinite intelligence at will. Can you doubt the significance of our gift? Before I married Ava Craner, I was a hard-headed attorney, grounded in the sordid business of the law. The fantastic and the supernatural has no place in the mundane business I follow. I'm sorry, but I find it a bit difficult to believe that playing a man's head like an accordion can make him either witty, wise, or beautiful. Dare you try a little experiment? The doctor asked. I faltered at that point. I harbored no especial yearning for Dr. Craner's big hands to wrap themselves about my skull.
Go ahead, Ava urged. You'll love it, Mark. Honest you will.
I grinned at her while Osman carried away the skull and chart. Love it? I asked. It must be just ducky to have your occipital bone stretched 2 inches out of line.
Don't be absurd, Mark. Father will stretch no bones of yours 2 inches. You can't expect much movement at first. Your head's hard.
Glad you smiled when you said that, I growled in mock anger. She laughed that merry, tinkling laugh and tossed her honey-colored hair in a way that stepped up my pulse. A man really needed his cranium stretched to hold all the gay and ribald thoughts her beauty could engender.
There's no pain, Mark, I promise. It's a wonderful sensation. You'll feel a release of power and vigor that you haven't experienced since you were 20.
Give me your coat,
Osmond suggested, stepping to my side.
It's stimulating, and you'll find it an enjoyable experience.
I hesitated. The fears rose again. I looked at Ava, and her guileless smile urged me onward. I stared at the pedestaled physician. "There's no danger?" I cautiously asked. His smile, reassuring and paternally tolerant of my fears, goaded my pride as a man.
"My children have grown healthy under it,"
he said. "You really think there's no danger?"
"Of course not, my son."
"Very well," I said, peeling off my coat and tossing it to Osmond. "Only remember, if I say stop, I mean stop." As I mounted the table and laid my neck in the nickeled rest, I could not help but think of Ava and her adjustment earlier in the day. I was recalling with gratitude the fact that I had not been asked to thus strip for the act, when I felt the table tilt slightly downward, and my toes rise 6 inches above my head. I heard the doctor's castered pedestal move close to the back of my head, and I watched a little nervously while Osmond harnessed his father's flat buttocks to the perch.
"Now please relax,"
the doctor said, patting my cheeks with the same caressing tenderness he had rendered the skull.
"If you'll turn your eyes upward in the sockets until you see the bluish light on the skylight casing, and hold your gaze at that point, you'll find every muscle in your body will release its tension. Only in that condition do you achieve the greatest benefit."
Obligingly, I rolled my eyes upward in their sockets. There was discomfort for a moment, but that quickly passed.
"Rest, rest,"
I heard the doctor's vibrantly soft voice say to me, and by degrees I grew less and less conscious of my body and limbs.
"Rest,"
the doctor said again, and his hands softly moved across my forehead, over the temples and downward to the base of my head. The doctor leaned over me. Our eyes met, and he drew his fingers across my vision and upward. I lay, a mind released, as though floating in air. I felt the firm pressure of his hands, a crackling sensation in my brain, and I floated on a limpid sea of lethargy and indifference. Rebellion fled. I no longer hated the doctor. In utter fascination, the blue light welded itself to my gaze. Occasionally I saw the doctor's face, and contentedly smiled back to it. The crackling ceased, and though his hands kneaded at my head, I grew drowsy. I remember now the dream which came upon me, of my life as a farm boy, gazing upward from the straw stack's comfort to the soft cloud webs in the turquoise sky, of the luxuriant half-stupor and abandonment of earthly cares of which only childhood is capable. I heard again Dr. Craner's voice, and in firm tones he was talking to me. I was conscious that what he said was right, and I hungrily listened for it again.
"You will love us, Mark Allard," he was saying. "You will be one with us. Never desire again for your other life. Find contentment, joy, and beauty in Thalamus. Sire children for the great cause. Sire them in perfection and in beauty. Living, breathing testimonials to the cause to which you are now committed."
The next thing I remembered was Ava kissing me, and of Osmond and Ava helping me from the table.
"That wasn't so bad,"
she whispered in my ear.
"Was it, darling?"
"It was wonderful," I agreed. "Truly wonderful." And then I remembered the door flying open, of Osmond letting go my arm, of the screeching, howling Insa bursting suddenly into my presence.
"Don't let them do it!"
she howled in my face.
"Don't do it! Don't do it!"
I was glad when Castleman grabbed her. I was glad when he dragged her out. I was glad when all was quiet again. I wanted no noise. I wanted no confusion. I wanted my bedroom, and I wanted my bride. With giddy joy, I lighted a cigarette, while Ava pumped in and out of my vision like a camera seeking focus. "Come, my beauty," I cried in drunkard's delight. "Come, my gracious, lovely woman." She patted my arm reassuringly. "Come," I moaned. "We'll trod the path." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 9. That night was possessed of all the charms of another nuptial approach. Arm in arm, Eva and I journeyed the wooded path back to Thalamus, and instead of lurking horror in its darkness, there was romance, and the zest and charm of a new world. The jasmine scent was on the air, but it whispered of young delights and buoyed the soul. The mockingbirds sang, but their plaintive flutes whistled of joy and not of sorrow. And Thalamus quite suddenly had new and added endearance to me. It was flawless now in its appeal, and satisfying beyond anything I had known before. We basked in its comforts, we listened to recordings for half an hour, and played quite shamelessly about Ava's apartment before surrendering to our bed. The next morning we slept late, and after our baths Margot served breakfast in the solarium. Ava had builded the east, or canyon side of her house, with the same meticulous thought for natural setting as was so apparent on the driveway or western approach. The curved walls of quartz glass panels were so constructed that at a single touch of an electric button the two halves glided into hidden recesses, and the room became an integral part of the garden, with its pool, grass, and flowers. A stone balustrade marked the arroyo's margin, and one could gaze down this natural river course to the nearest turn. On the other side, perhaps a mile away, commenced the streets and houses of beautiful Pasadena. I had but to raise my eyes across the table to a breathless sweep of the green and purple crests of the Sierra Madres. I had but to lower them to see an adorable and fascinating woman. A question or two does remain, I confessed, as we lazed over our breakfast coffee. For one thing, just what did you have in mind when you named your creation Thalamus? She smiled as one who has kept a secret too long, and straightened the neck folds of her blue satin housecoat.
What do you know of anatomy, Mark?
Darn little. From school days I vaguely remember hearing something about the femur and the clavicle. She grinned delightfully.
Want to hear a little more?
I was asking about Thalamus, my dear mysterious girl.
There are 3 glands in the head, Mark.
Good thing, I laughed devilishly. Otherwise I guess people would be bottom-heavy.
Those 3 glands, she patiently continued, are the pineal, the pituitary, and the thalamic. Each has a function.
Well, I'll be a crocheted bustle. So you named it after a gland. Ava's attitude would not change from seriousness.
These brain glands are strange and interesting, she confided, leaning forward as though to disclose a greater secret. They are the connecting link between the conscious will and the infinite. The pineal, for instance, is shaped like a pine cone, is of reddish-gray color, and is appended to the 3rd ventricle of the brain. Anatomists can give no adequate explanation as to its function, other than the likelihood of it being a carryover in rudimentary form of some important sense organ in vertebrate ancestral species. In mankind at large, I agree that the pineal is indeed in rudimentary form. Philosophers have considered it the seat of the soul, and as such hit considerably nearer the truth. My father has found that use and development of the pineal gland can give man the eyes and prescience of a seer. The pituitary cradled in the sella turcica. At the base of the skull is an oval reddish-gray vascular body. It is a ductless gland whose secretion profoundly affects the metabolism of the body. It is both regulator and interpreter of life's functions. But the thalamic gland, that's a mystery in and of itself.
So are you. And this house, I interrupted. A pleasant mystery.
It's a small gland, immediately adjacent to the frontal sinus, and interconnected to the front lobes of the cerebrum. From it flows a vital secretion which actuates the seat of intelligence to the manifestations of warmth, comfort, and mental harmony. The gland is shaped like a heart, and apparently is responsive to impulses and manifestations of the supreme intelligence. In this gland are found every type of cell native to the human body. It is life's comforter, and the bridge from human consciousness into the unknown. All these glands work together and complement one another in bringing man to perfection.
I sipped my coffee and slyly gazed at my wife. I'll bet that stuff's not found in the best books of anatomy.
What do they know of such things, Mark? In 6 months we've discovered more about the complexities of the human mind than all the anatomists since the world began. Don't you want to join us in the quest for this high and holy master key?
It had not occurred to me how far I had surrendered. In that hour it all seemed so logical, so heroic, so amazingly wonderful. I wanted to live forever at Thalamus. I already had forgotten my commitments as a lawyer. Ava, and the glory of the life she had given me, was driving Edith Brinkley wholly from my consciousness. A certain timid reluctance was all that remained to be conquered. "Where do I fit into the picture?" I asked.
"You are the picture. A very small part at first, but your importance grows from day to day. I think you're coming along beautifully."
"I can't say as to that," I modestly exclaimed. "But there's another question I'd like awfully much to ask you."
"And that?"
"You're sure you'll not mind?" I cautioned.
"Of course not."
"What the devil's wrong with your father's maid Insa?"
"She's demented,"
Ava replied, and then paused a moment with her thoughts.
"Once Insa was a very fine, talented girl, with an important and wonderful background. But now she's hopelessly demented."
"But the strange way she yelped at me last night."
"Oh, she has those spells."
In my heart I knew why Inza had her spells, but the suspicion no longer shocked nor worried me. I could not doubt that Dr. Craner had injured her. My own apperceptions, while keenly and brilliantly alive since my submission to the doctor's hands, had nevertheless, by the very nature of the act, become unmistakably colored with a warmth and fervor for the Craner family's peculiar mission to the world. I realized and expected the path to knowledge would be littered with casualties. Skills are acquired only at the price of experiment and practice. In spite of my curiosity, I now felt, as doubtless did the Craners, that Insa, while regrettably injured, had performed nobly as a soldier in the advancing army of light. I had hoped for a clear confession from Ava's lips, but there seemed no need to probe deeper. I understood and condoned. "And how did your father come by all this wealth?" I asked.
"His family inheritance. The woman who took him from the asylum could hardly have realized he was the unfortunate offspring of a noted and extremely wealthy Chicago couple who had hidden him away for obvious reasons. I could tell you their names and you would be surprised, but I shall not. For reasons of his own, my father has preserved the name of Craner, given to him by his kindly benefactress. When his real parents died without further issue, he came into their money. It is now pledged to the Cradle of Light Foundation." While Margot cleared away the breakfast plates and set ashtrays on the sunny table, we lighted cigarettes and basked in the early warmth of the April day. I seemed to have forgotten my resolutions of yesterday, my obligations toward my firm, my honest intentions toward my former fiancée. My mind crackled with brilliant and vivid images. My whole being seemed joyously alive and buoyantly young. Although a tyro and hardly more than an interested observer, I was caught up in the dream of Ava and her family, and was growing more and more alive and loyal to its concepts. Like a religious devotee baptized to the fire of the Spirit, all doubt had fled, and all seemed right, harmonious, and whole. We leisurely smoked and watched the blackbirds and sparrows in the yard. Never before had I felt so contented. Never before had I felt so happy. "How long will it take before I've reached your plane of advancement?" I suddenly asked. "Why, Mark, I'm delighted. You truly have come around."
A man's pride suffers something of a jolt unless he can be equal to or ahead of the woman in his life.
"I know," she agreed, "and you're sensible to realize it. However, your progress toward the infinite rests entirely with yourself, your willingness to cooperate, your faith in the process, your desires to succeed. Nature has endowed you with organs and the attributes. The quickening comes both from within and from without. In every sense of the word, Mark, you must be a partner in the bargain. And, oh, I'm so happy. I knew when I met you that my choice was right."
"Rather, I knew that my choice was right, but we'll not argue the point. I'm willing, Ava. Tell me what to do."
"You'll have to decide into which tangent you wish to project yourself. Osmond and I are on entirely different routes toward the infinite. Osmond's journey through the next step is a bit rocky and uncertain. I think last night I detected fright. But he'll come through, I have no doubt."
"Then he's going ahead with his treatment this morning?" I asked, in verification of the promise I'd heard last night.
"At this very hour. My schedule is an alternate one with Father and Margot, every other night for each. I'm a step beyond Osmond. I passed through the phase that so worries him now."
"This Margot person," I said, leaning confidentially close, so as to avoid any chance of eavesdropping. "She's utterly fascinating to a man with my imagination. Around me she's fearfully reticent, but I can plainly see that she's as versatile as the remainder of the Craner household crew." Ava smiled knowingly. "Margot's an amazing, brilliant woman," she said. "A technician second only to my father. Margot and Castleman tutored Osmond and me." "How do you attract such people?" I asked, leaning back in the gay sun chair. "That, Mark, is a thing you'll understand when you know us better. Our school of thought is founded on basic laws and principles. We shall never want for the right people to move the cause along. When you become an adept, these things will be clearer to you." "Well, things are clearer now," I happily replied. "But of course, there's still a lot of mystery." "You're here. Is that mysterious?" "Yes and no." "All things will come to you in time, Mark. I'll be happy when I can draw you into my plane." "I'll be happy when I can draw you into bed," I brazenly echoed. "Which brings me to a rather delicate subject, Mark dear." She paused a moment, and I stared with a lover's yearning into her pretty face. "Tonight must be the last night we can live together as man and wife, until the commencement of another cycle. Now listen, Ava. We both must adhere to cosmic principles, but we're married. Have no fear, Mark. In our psychic journeyings we'll find our full share of exhilarating and satisfying experiences." "But this cycle business," I howled. "I tell you we're married." Quickly she arose and seated herself on the arm of my chair. I drew her to my lap, and she squeezed me in a breathless hug. "Of course we're married," she consoled, "and that's the most important thing in our lives." "I'm glad to hear you say it," I solemnly declared. "It will only be a short time until I come back to your chamber. Please be agreeable on this, Mark. We'll enjoy each other's company throughout this wonderful day. Be a good soldier, my love." "You're asking a hell of a lot." "Pshaw. There's tonight." "Good old tonight. And if I don't break your cycle, it'll not be that I didn't try." End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 10. After an exciting and enjoyable day in which we sauntered about the wooded estate, swam in its pool, and talked of wonderful things, I surrendered my Ava to her plighted duty in late afternoon. She refused me as escort along the rocky path to the Cradle of Light, and quieted my fears for her return in the promise that Osmond would accompany her back for evening dinner. "Then I'll meet you at 7?" I asked as we kissed. "In my chamber," she promised. She broke from my grasp and walked briskly along the trail to her father's mansion. At the turn she waved cheerily, and when gone from my sight I leisurely walked across the terraces to Thalamus and my study. As always, in her absence, those vague and disquieting fears seized me. In Ava's company all thoughts and problems seemed to dissolve into serene harmony. Her personality, refreshing and soothing, was like a screen of softest hues between me and anything that might hint at being fearsome. Now she was gone, and I found myself sagging woesomely. In my study I rang for Margot, and settled to comfort. But the first recording from the multiple player happened to be Saint-Saëns' Dance Macabre. 1 minute of its death and grave theme was like tying a last millstone to my heavy and depressed spirits. I snapped off the machine and grabbed a book from the shelves. By now Margot had arrived. "What will it be, Mr. Allard?" she politely asked. I gaped curiously for a moment at her matronish garb of somber black, relieved only by the white collar, cuffs, and maid's starched head strip. Her intelligent, sorrow-marked face turned quietly away at my scrutiny. "I want a double martini," I said emphatically, slapping the book down on the arm of the chair. "I'm sorry, Mr. Allard. There are no intoxicating liquors in the house." "Why?" I growled. The woman squirmed uncomfortably. "We never have them. We never use them." "Why?" "Because such things are against the code." "What code?" "Why, sir, our code. Liquor is detrimental to psychic and physical health." The fate of the woman, so solemn, so worn with care, touched me deeply. Quickly I softened to a smile. "Margot," I said, "I don't mean to break any codes or upset any traditions, but there are moments when a snort of Bacchus has a salutary effect. one of those moments, has me in its grasp. If you'll pardon me for saying so, I feel like hell."
"Perhaps you're ill," she said. "Excuse me, please."
Her long and almost transparent fingers were suddenly caressing my forehead. A second later, she had opened her old-fashioned breast watch and was counting my wrist pulse. I glanced up at her gray-streaked brown hair, at the crepey skin folds of her neck. Her attitude toward me seemed friendly enough, and I liked her. "I'm assuming the management of Thalamus, Margot. I suggest early as possible tomorrow that you order out a case each of Scotch bourbon, gin, and rum." Margot continued to hold my wrist, staring intently at her watch. "And while you're at it," I happily continued, "you might order a dozen each of some good dinner wines, maybe Burgundy, Haut Sauternes, and Chablis."
"I detect nothing irregular," Margot said, snapping shut her watch. "Perhaps a touch of the sun from the swim."
"Nonsense! I want a drink."
"I'll get you something, Mr. Allard."
"A drink?"
"A sedative."
And Margot serenely moved out the study door. I opened the book I had grabbed at random from the shelf and chilled at the sight of its title. Out of 500 books, my hand had chosen that classic of supernatural horror, James's Turn of the Screw. I sensed no mood to sample its Baroque pages. There was mystery enough about me without borrowing a synthetic overdose. My spirits were at the depths, and I was thinking on Margot when she entered, bearing a medicine glass and a tumbler of water.
"Here, sir," she said.
I stared at the white pill in the medicine glass, at the wrinkle-marked face of the woman, at the gray streaks in her brown hair. "It's martini I want," I growled, "not a pill."
"I'm sorry, Mr. Allard, but this should help a lot. You're under a strain. You need to relax. I feel very sorry for you."
"You'll order my liquor tomorrow?"
"I'll suggest it to Mrs. Allard."
"Hell's imps," I snorted. "I'm supposed to be master."
"Then, Mr. Allard," she stiffly replied, "I think it can be arranged. Now, do please take the sedative."
She put the medicine glass in my hand. Polite as she was, there was nothing about Margot even suggestive of the obsequious attitude of a serving-maid. Rather, she possessed the calming, respect-producing influence of the professional medic. Without further ado, I swallowed the pill and followed it with a draught from the water glass. "Sit down, Margot," I said. Obediently, she placed the glasses on my smoking table, and with utmost poise, seated herself in the chair opposite. "You're a remarkable woman," I said. "Tell me a little about yourself."
"If you don't mind me saying so, Mr. Allard, I think you're rather a remarkable man."
The unexpected compliment set me aback. "In what way, Margot?" I modestly replied.
"You're very handsome. You have a virile physique, intelligence, and unlimited possibilities. Your wife loves you dearly."
"And I love her dearly. An amazingly wonderful girl."
"All of us love her,"
Margot said, lowering her hungry gray eyes.
"For your sake, for my sake, you must strive with all your soul to keep her."
"Margot," I said, shaking my head perplexedly, "I married, in addition to the most beautiful woman alive, enough damned riddles to stock a sick dream. Ostensibly, you're a maid, and you take my pulse like an intern, to say nothing of the weirdest collection of psychic marvels, strange geniuses, and Kabbalistic theories God and earth ever assembled in one spot. A touch on the head, and I'm one of you. A moment's lone reflection, and I want to flee the unholy mess."
"But you'll not flee it," Margot said. "No more than any of us flee it. You're tied, and I'm tied."
"By what?"
"A love, both deep and real, for Eva Craner."
"But I can take her out of here."
"You'll never take her out of here, Mr. Allard. You've been brought into her sphere. She's chosen you to save herself and to perpetuate in earth form the seed of her intrinsic greatness. She's advancing very rapidly. She's hurdled most of the perils. Now she faces desires and supernal enticements of which you're little aware. I know not but what you've come into her life too late."
"I'm wearying of it all," I said with sudden fling of my hands. "My head's bursting with an infernal hodgepodge that's driving me crazy. I meet a pretty girl on a train going to San Francisco. I marry her, and find myself in a complex and encircling maze of voodoo ritual and skull-twisting that's worse than a drunkard's nightmare.
when I'm with my bride, all things are serene and lovely, and I want to go on with her. When she's gone from me, my sanity goes with her. You won't give me a drink, Margot. Instead, you tell me how my wife's floating off into other spheres, that I've come into her life too late to save her. Like a sick owl, I thought a moment, and drowsily stared at the old woman. Who's pushing her into these supernal spheres and strange desires?
The doctor, of course.
Margot lowered her voice confidentially.
And she's very eager.
Then I'm the earth-bound clod who's gumming up the works.
You're the last and only earth tie Ava possesses. No longer do I have power over her. She has commenced pioneering her own psychic trails, gathering new strength and new experiences as she goes. Eventually there must come a conflict of wills between Ava and her father. Your love for one another may or may not be a dividing issue. At any rate, the doctor resents and rejects any interference from you, and you ought to be warned. I would suggest you never again submit wholly to his power. On the other hand, if you love Ava and intend to keep her, you must go forward with her. You must continue in the sphere of progress you entered last night, or forever risk the loss.
Margot looked intently at me. There was friendliness and sincerity in every expression of her face.
You must rely on me to help you, Mr. Allard, she said.
Thanks, Margot. But before I came to these charmed acres, I was a man, with the attributes of a man. I'll rescue myself, and I'll rescue the woman I love, with my own sane initiative and efforts. The whole damn thing's absurd, anyway. Who ever heard of such mummery?
It's not so absurd as you think, Mr. Allard. Please believe me when I tell you there is danger. Not only do you risk losing Ava, but you're in danger yourself. Ava can never be taken from Thalamus. You can never leave. Your only course is to wholeheartedly enter her sphere and assert yourself while she still loves you. Have you any idea how foolish all of this sounds?
Warily, I lit a cigarette and lethargically puffed at it.
Foolish or not, Mr. Allard, this is a profoundly important moment in your life, and I can so help you.
Next you'll be telling me Ava has a spirit lover. Margot glanced up. Fright and sorrow were on her face.
Ava has a spirit lover, she half whispered.
I shuddered, grasped at sanity. I don't believe it, I savagely protested. I don't believe it.
You will,
Margot calmly prophesied. I felt as though I'd been leached of my blood. The thought stupefied me, and I shut my eyes. Margot, I growled and half opened my lids to glare at her. Last night, an imbecilic maid at the doctor's house howled warnings at me like a froth-mouthed animal. Today another maid, less crazy perhaps, is equally vehement in her declaration of hidden peril and unseen horror. What the hell's wrong with the servants in this place?
Perhaps you'd like to know why we're servants, she said.
It can't be for love of your jobs.
We're servants because we refuse to conform, because we fought the doctor.
She lowered her voice mournfully.
Do you know why dear Insa's an imbecile?
I have an idea, and for the sake of our own skins, I'm clearing out of here with my wife.
You can't,
Margot quietly replied. I'd like to know why not.
Try it and you'll know. Insa tried it.
I yawned disgustedly. Just anyone try to stop me, I muttered. The sedative was working, and I felt drowsy and increasingly incapable of further argument with Ava's maid. But Margot appeared sincere in her warning, and though overly anxious, was a kindly soul. I was not greatly perturbed by the perils she had described, but it was something to know I had one friend and confidant in the ghoulish circle I had entered. I opened my eyes wearily and looked at her again. Margot, I asked, why are you so concerned with the affairs of Ava and myself?
Shall I tell you a secret?
Are there more secrets?
Ava Craner is my daughter,
Margot quietly replied. I guess the sedative had robbed me of my capacity for amazement. There were questions I wanted to ask but couldn't. The next moment, the pill had conquered. I was fast asleep in my chair. End of Chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 11. As with the day previous, I awoke to darkness in my study. The same clammy sense of horror possessed me, and did not disperse until I had switched on the light. Margot long since had departed. My sleep had been a madman's nightmare, with earless, legless monstrosities leering at me from a rich, languorous, and tantalizing background of exquisite music and beautiful women. I stretched my cramped muscles, lethargically put the book away, and glanced at my wristwatch. It was 7:10, and the knowledge shook me to life. I started for the door, and was stopped cold by the thing I saw. Across the deep pile of my green broadloom rug, straight to the door, were the marks of wheels, 3 of them. Unlike those of a tea-cart, the path prints were narrow. My first rationalization against mounting fear was in favor of Margot's vacuum cleaner, until I remembered having seen the tank machine she used, and these marks would never match its steel skids. Quickening perception and a deeper premonition were already more clearly telling me from whence had come those wheel trails. I followed them back toward the room's center, little doubt remaining but what Dr. Craner had visited my study while I slept. And strangely again the marks mysteriously disappeared at the room's center. Of necessity the rug's new and deep pile was footmarked, and those marks might have been anyone's. But rugs seldom bear sharp outline of a shoe's imprint, and a frieze broadloom, like the one in my study, would reveal only wheel marks with any degree of fidelity. The odd and tantalizing fact was that the marks should so abruptly terminate in the middle of my room. Not the least evidence was there of a return of the doctor's glider to the door, and all I could do was follow the triple trail out and across the music room to Ava's study. At her door I raised my hand to rap, and then lowered it to slowly retrace my steps. My promise was to meet Ava at 7, but I had no right to invade her company in my sleep-rumpled dishabille. Hurriedly I dashed back to my chambers, shaved, switched to dinner dress, and was back in my study within quarter of an hour. Margot's confession and the doctor's miraculous traverse of the impossibly rocky trail between houses were mysteries which had screamed for answer as I dressed. My first glance was at the rug, and now a fresh wheel trail was there. Another trail abruptly stopping at the room's mid-center. I stared at the marks, fascinated. I tried to piece logic into the sequence. The doctor evidently had returned to my study after his visit with Ava, and it very definitely had happened during my brief absence. Within a period of minutes he'd wheeled his glider into my room, stopped at the center, and to all ostensible evidence had vanished. It seemed incredible. Perturbed and slightly fearful, I peered about the room. My quest was unrevealing and led me to glance at the domed ceiling, to search behind the desk and piano and out the other door into the big reception hall. Apparently Dr. Craner had either gone his devious way, or had not the slightest intentions of revealing his presence to an aroused son-in-law. But my agitations were as nothing compared to the state in which I found Ava. I was a good half-hour late. Gravely Margot hustled me through to her daughter's chamber. Ava was at her dressing-table redoing her makeup. In bending to her strangely inanimate kiss, her own inward strife spoke to me from red and swollen eyes. "Hell's imps!" I cried. "What's wrong?"
"Nothing especially,"
she answered, powdering her cheeks with care. Carefully Margot set the glittering bandeau to Ava's honey-colored hair, adjusted the shoulder straps of her pale green gown, and stood off with me to admire. I thought then of our mutual interest in the beautiful creature who, like a queen of glory, sat before us. I thought with pity and with new understanding of the mother whose womb had given life and form to the vision, and whose faithful heart and loyal hands were still consecrated to its care. A dozen questions were framing in my mind, but Ava was distressed. In spite of her evasiveness, it was clear that something desperately worried her. "Your father has been here," I said. Margot looked startled. Ava turned and faced me questioningly.
"You saw him?"
she asked. "I saw the marks of his glider leading to your quarters."
"Yes,"
she sighed.
"He was here."
"From the sight of you, he must have brought bad news or something."
"Osmond has left us."
I grinned with relief, offered cigarettes all around, and in their refusal took one myself. "What cause there for weeping?" I facetiously declared. "Osmond's no child." I lit my cigarette and puffed reflectively. Probably wanted to make a fling at some nightlife. For the first time I noticed that Margot, too, was but a step from hysterics. Her control, however, seemed far better than Ava's. My wonder was why so trivial an affair as Osmond's kicking over the traces should be considered as a matter of so profound consequence. But I knew little about women, and considerably less about the Craner women.
"The sable tonight, Margot,"
Ava was saying. Her indifference to Margot's feelings and the incredible reduction of her mother to menial status suddenly angered me. I throttled back a stinging rebuke as I watched Margot dutifully turn and walk toward the closets. And while I smoked in self-forced silence, my eyes followed the woman, noting every virtue of poise, regality, and perfection of form she had passed on to the daughter, who now used her so contemptuously. I wanted to speak, to remind Ava of my own reaction to the only facet of her personality that so far had stirred displeasure in me. But I was halted by the fact that Margot's confession had been a confidential matter between us, and Craner ways, I was fast coming to realize, were not my ways, nor the ways of other people I knew. I looked at Ava. She was crying again. "Shame on you," I chided impatiently.
"Osmond is gone,"
she moaned. "Well, what of it?" I demanded. "He's a man, with the ideas of a man. Why hinder him if he wants to stroll out of bounds? Frankly, he's doing exactly what I'm going to do."
"You don't understand, Mark," Ava cried. "You don't know what you're saying."
"Oh, don't I replied.
"Please, Mark," she wearily pleaded. "Let's not discuss it. You can't understand."
"Nuts," I grumbled. "I understand a damn sight more than you think I do. Tomorrow I'm likewise flitting out. There's a lot of this voodoo I don't comprehend, but I'm not hexed with it yet. I'm leaving, just like Osmond. And as for you, Ava, you can either come along with me or remain in your mummery. I'm flying away like a bird." Ava's face blanched. Her lips quivered.
"Don't say it, Mark. Please don't say it."
"Of course I'll say it," I cried, disgustedly crushing out my cigarette in her jeweled ashtray. "I've shaken out of my spell, Ava. I'm no longer spook crazy, and you're going to shake out of yours, if I have to do the shaking with my own two hands. This skull business is making idiots of everyone around here."
"You can't leave,"
came Margot's solemn voice from behind me. Slowly she walked to Ava and with utmost tenderness draped the luxurious fur piece about her neck. "Oh, can't I?" I suddenly screeched in fury. "I'll show you whether I can or not. I'll show you whether a bunch of mental and physical freaks can govern my acts, or seduce my right to make my own decisions." Elated by my newfound strength, I turned on my heel and made for the door. Behind me I heard a sudden stir of feet. An instant later Ava's arms were about me.
"Don't try it,"
she frantically begged.
"Please don't try it."
"Oh, for God's sake," I cried in exasperation. "Grow up, Ava. Dig yourself out of this childish stuff." I turned, and when I saw the tears of hurt and fright in her gray-green eyes, I felt as though I wantonly had crushed a fledgling bird. I took her in my arms. I held her very tight. "I'm going," I whispered, "and you're going with me."
"Oh, why can't I make you understand, Mark? You can't go."
She was sobbing uncontrollably now.
"You can't go,"
she desperately moaned. My patience reached the breaking point. I shook her like an erring child. "Who's to stop me, you foolish girl? The road leads to Pasadena. We're going, as Osmond has gone."
"Don't say that, Mark."
She convulsively shuddered in my arms. "In the name of sanity, why not?"
"Because Osmond never left the place, and neither can you."
"Did Papa Craner lock him up, like a bad, bad boy?" She raised her face to mine and whispered.
"Osmond is dead."
End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 12. It was a tense moment before either of us could speak. "What time did you return from your father's house?" I finally managed to ask.
"About 5:30.
"You told me this afternoon that Osmond would return with you."
"He did?"
"Then he died at Thalamus?"
"Yes, in my study, on my treatment table."
"What time, Ava?"
"Exactly at 6 o'clock.
I stepped from her, walked to the study door, and peered in. The padded table was bare. I recalled, too, that but a few minutes before I had walked through that room, and certainly no corpse had I seen. Where is he?
Castleman has taken the body. It is of no consequence now that Osmond has been released. Castleman will properly dispose of it.
You mean you'll not call an undertaker?
Certainly not. Castleman will dispose of it.
My legal mind could scarcely believe what my wife was saying. Don't you know there's a law about such things? I protested. Don't you know the authorities must be notified? A murder's been committed. Margot was beside Ava now. I could see she was on the defensive.
No murder's been committed,
she declared.
And the only law that operates here is cosmic law,
Ava quickly added. Openly disgusted, I stepped to Ava's boudoir telephone. I lifted it from its cradle, reached for the dial. A click sounded in my ear and the line went dead. I tried for the call, but apparently the doctor controlled the telephone as he controlled every other thing in his court. Savagely, I bounced the phone back to its hook. If it wasn't a murder, please explain it. With a sigh, Ava dropped to one of the room's gay chairs. Abruptly, Margot turned and walked out the door.
Osmond was evidencing a decided reaction from his session when I arrived for my own. The physical weakness he displayed, you understand, is really of no consequence. He was properly exhilarated mentally, and that is the important thing.
Of course, I replied and sniffed disgustedly.
A humble attitude would be a good deal more becoming to you, Mark. An understanding mind seldom scoffs. You seem to forget that I've passed through the phase Osmond was experiencing, and without dire results.
Go ahead.
When we returned, I suggested he lie down on the table for a little restful manipulation. It was while I was calling Margot he expired.
And how does Margot feel about this affair? I watched Ava's face for the telltale flush, but there was none.
Naturally, Margot was deeply shaken by the suddenness of Osmond's release, Ava replied, and don't expect me to show surprise or suffer any betraying emotions. You know she is my mother. Of that I am fully aware. I knew the moment Margot confessed it to you, and I am content this should be so. Our sorrow in Osmond's release is not so greatly occasioned by his sudden absence from us as from the complete cessation of the tangent he had set his heart to explore. The psychic plane in which Osmond now finds himself, you must understand, is very close to us. Soon I shall walk and talk with him again. Margot likewise, when the ban is lifted. But someone here must take up his work.
Don't look at me, I said, pocketing hands and mentally squirming like a speared frog. I'm beginning to think the whole damned bunch of you are unnatural monsters without normal feeling or affection. I know you're not guilty of murder, Ava, but I think your father is, along with sundry other crimes. Last night he nearly had me on the hook. Tonight I'm free, and a man with a duty. In 10 minutes I'll be on my way to Pasadena, and in an hour this cuckoo nest is going to be examined by the law. I walked to her, and with infinite tenderness squeezed her hand. Goodbye, Ava, I said. Her eyes peered solemnly and hungrily up at me.
It's no use, Mark, she cautioned. You'll never get out. You think you're not on the hook, but you are.
I loathed the awesome and terrifying things to which this woman and her family paid homage. I loathed the unnamed crimes already perpetrated to whatever foul gods they served. But try as I might, I could stir no such morbid dislike for the woman I had married. I thought of the bliss moments enjoyed with her as the companion of my love. I thought of the smiles, the tender gestures, the tryst holy things which had been our life together thus far. And now she sat like a crowned goddess of beauty, terrible and wonderful. For Ava alone I would have surrendered. For Ava alone I would have sizzled in hell. But the revolting premise against which I had fought, and the true target of my loathing, was in that hour personified by her wicked father. So long as that ghoul were free to act, this woman could never be mine. So long as his power wielded itself unchallenged, no human in its darksome shadow could be safe. I stared at Ava in final desperation. My heartache melted into tears. I took both her slim, soft hands in mine, and smiled to her the love that was destroying me. Darling, I said, I'll return. Mournfully, she shook her head.
Of that, I'm certain.
Why do you speak such strange riddles?
I speak of that which I know. There is no escape from you, except by conformance.
But I shall not conform. You must not ask it.
You're one of us, Mark. There is no turning back. Implanted in the very wellspring of your intelligence is the suggestive measure that will undo you the moment you endeavor to step out of the circle of influence. Your own subconscious, the very root of your behavior, affirmed that to my father last night. Doubtless you'll attempt to flee, but you'll not go far.
I bravely strove to treat all of it with facetious contempt. If that's a threat, I laughed, it comes from the prettiest lips that could utter it. Goodbye, Ava, my dearest. I hauled her to my arms and crushed her in passion's embrace. Goodbye, I whispered throatily. She was crying as I lowered her again to the chair, and I was crying too. Without pausing to change from dinner clothes, without bothering to don hat or top coat, I strode through Ava's study, on into the big reception hall which tonight was but dimly lighted. The small dining room, its table immaculately spread for our abortive party, was bright and ready on my right. I did not pause. A moment later I was flying at top speed down the front steps of Thalamus, across the flagstoned court, and out the driveway into the darkness. My one overwhelming desire was to put distance behind me. Words cannot describe the terrifying load of worry and gloom which weighted in upon me as I walked that black road toward freedom. The doctor was a murderer, of the most malignant and devilish sort. Oddity of his physical aspects, the grotesque and devious nature of his thinking, marked him beyond the ken of any parallel to my recollection. In my younger days, as an ambitious trial lawyer, I had met the usual run of killers daily cluttering the American courts, slayers for greed, passion, and revenge. Mostly pathetic, cowering, and bedeviled humans, amazed at finding themselves at odds with the law. Dr. Craner matched nothing in my memory's dossier. The doctor was clever, intellectual, and undeniably brilliant. And knowing the maze of loopholes through which criminals endlessly crawl to freedom, I realized the difficulty, if not impossibility, of ever bringing the earless dwarf to trial on the direct charge of murdering his own son. A host of legal outs favored him, and with his money, a verdict of accidental death and an easily quashed charge of medical malpractice would doubtless send him back to the cradle of light a free man. But it was Ava and her deliverance that was sending me on my vengeance errand through this dark night. I wanted her, and I wanted her free and unfettered of any entanglements with the doctor's perversive power. That Craner wielded such a power only an idiot could doubt. I knew of it, and personally had felt its influence. As God lived, I would fight for its destruction. If killing that grotesque devil was the price for claiming what was rightfully mine, I'd do that too, without hesitation or conscience. But now in this hour was my chance to honorably best the demon. Once through the gates of these dark acres, and I'd have squadmen on the premises within the hour. Yet with all my brave resolutions, the warnings of mother and daughter dinned in my ears. Their faith in the doctor's Kabbalistic alliances was unwavering and unassailable. As for me, my entire background of training and experience cried out against such mouthings. No intelligent man could accept them as anything short of medieval throwbacks and sheer idiocy. To attach credence to such trivia was to put education, enlightenment, and common sense to the lie, and yet to say that logic and reason were rescuing me in strength would have been a gross untruth. I was uneasy, sensitive to every sound, and very definitely frightened of the night. Perhaps it was the sick, sweet odor of jasmine that lay in heavy fog about me. Perhaps it was the eerie flutings of the mockingbirds, the mesmeric dirge of the crickets, or the crackle of my feet on the fresh asphalt. Such a foreboding sense of gloom as I possessed could have had its stirrings in the events of the day, the rustle of the creatures of the night alongside my trail, or my own sense of inadequacy. Certain it was that every outward step from Thalamus increased alarmingly my burden of gloom. I argued against my fears. I speeded my steps. The bold grasp for my control made by the doctor last night was the greatest single source of my trepidation. I could scoff at his wriggling of my skull plates, if not at the entire seance, were it not for the hypnotic qualities he had so cleverly interjected. The ceiling light, his insistence on the unnatural lifting of my eyes for its viewance, the movements of his big hands, all were professional tricks of the hypnotist. My awakening had come amidst a series of forceful suggestions from the doctor concerning my reconciliation with the Craners, Thalamus, and a new and fresh desire to remain their contented neophyte. The alarming point was that Craner's suggestions had worked. I had stepped from his table a different man. My heart pounded with new fright, and my steps lagged at the calamitous implication of the thing. Had my own subconscious controlling factors of mind and body already assented to virtual prisonship of this man and his family? And why had everyone been so emphatically certain I would never leave the unguarded acres of the Craners? At a certain point in this dark road would I find myself deliberately, and against my every conscious desire, swinging on my heel and stalking back to Thalamus? It was preposterous. It was idiotic even to think of such a thing. Every reasoning faculty told me such could not be, and yet I found myself halting in my tracks and bristling with fright. The jasmine was there, the accursed mockingbirds, the oppressive, crushing darkness. Ahead was the juncture of the road, a joining point of the branch over which I had come to Thalamus, the other branch coursing through dark woods to the cradle of light, and the third fork leading straight ahead to the outer gates and freedom. Nervously I glanced behind me. I strained ears to the black night's every sound. I honestly believed if I could safely pass the road's fork, freedom would be mine. My last remembrance was my cautious walk toward it. When I awoke, I was staring up at the skylights to the doctor's great room. The blue light was there. He was kneading at my head. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 13. I saw Castleman standing alongside. The bland smile on his beefy, jowled face infuriated me, and I struggled to rise. I was helpless in the restraining straps. The effort left me giddy and breathless, and I slumped back to the table. The doctor's big hands kneaded and stroked. I frothed with the fury of a trapped beast. "You insufferable limb of perdition!" I growled through my teeth at Craner. "I'll kill you for this!" For answer, I felt the temporal plates of my skull bend inward under the titanic pressure of his hands. My ears crackled, my eyes watered, and blinding flashes of light crossed my vision. "Your sutures are opening beautifully," I heard the doctor purr. "Astonishing progress in 2 treatments." "Let me out of here!" I screeched, fighting again to rise. But I was as helpless as a sheep in a butcher's stock. Castleman's hands easily pressed me back to the table. "Leave me alone!" I howled in anguish. "In God's name, let me out of here! Please, let me out!"
"Why, certainly, Mark. We're nearly done. Now, please relax."
The doctor's bald head and smiling face bent to my vision. Assuredly, were it closer, I'd have torn at it with my teeth. "Don't tell me to relax!" I moaned. "I'll kill you if I never do another thing."
"That's shameful talk for a son-in-law," he said, pressing viciously at my throbbing head. "You seem ungrateful for the opportunity I'm giving you."
To be a corpse like Osmond, or an imbecile like Insa?
"Decidedly not, my boy. I'm giving you life and light, such as you've never known before."
And Kramer said it almost tenderly. "You're a lying fiend and murderer!" I screamed, threshing madly at my straps. Unconcerned, the doctor kneaded away at my head. He leaned close again and quietly, confidentially whispered.
"Mark?"
"What?" I growled, staring wildly up at him.
"Tonight a son was lost to me."
He suddenly looked as solemn as a great owl.
"A son to whom I had pledged my greatest hopes. A son—"
"You killed him, you crazy dodo! You'll kill your daughter! You'll kill me! You'll kill everyone who submits to your brutal clutches!"
"Quiet, Mark."
"Let me out of here!"
"Listen, Mark," he pleadingly whispered. "By his untimely release, Osmond leaves an earth life unfinished. And you, I have another son. I have chosen you, Mark, for a great destiny. You shall take up where my boy left off."
"I'll take up the first thing I find and kill you with it," I howled. "You foul, unnatural monster, unloose me!"
"I'm putting you back to sleep, Mark," the doctor confided. "Before I do, you must know my plans. Blinded by the rebellious attitude you've assumed, it is only natural that you may not recognize immediately the wisdom and blessings so inseparably a part of the things I shall tell you. But no matter, the objectionable parts will be reconciled to you before catalepsis, by suggestive implantations. Let me out of here! First of all, I must explain that Osmond's most unique progress came about through years of painstaking labor. Over a like span of time, I doubtless could bring you to the same high plane as that of my own blood children. Unfortunately, and of necessity, the cycle must be shortened. I have chosen you, Mark, for an experiment. I sweltered like a wretch facing execution. I was numb with fear. It's murder, you hell fiend! I'll not submit! The gap will be shortened. I shall bring you to the threshold of genius, by transferring to you Osmond's powers of psychic and physical apperception. By such wonders you shall in very deed become a blood son of mine. A corpse, you mean? I hopelessly groaned. But I'm wise to your hypnotic palaver. I'll resist it. Never worry. But this, my dear boy, is surgical. Please, God, no, I pleaded. Castleman has brought Osmond's head from the laboratory. Please relax while I explain my plan. Surgical head? I abjectly moaned. Just relax, my dear boy, just relax. In God's mercy, what are you planning to do? For answer, the doctor's hands soothingly caressed my forehead, moving in delicate and tingling strokes back toward the base of my skull. I lay there panting, wild with fright. Observe, Mark, the doctor finally replied. To the right. I'm unhooking the neck clamp. I raised my head, turned my eyes, and there was Castleman. In his hands was a deep white enameled surgical basin. In that basin, swathed with rubber hot water bottles, was the head of Osmond Craner. My heart stalled with fear. Sweat started in every pore. I felt the doctor's strong hands force me back to the neck clamp. I wanted to scream the horror that held me in its stifling grip. Instead, I croaked like a frog and whimpered like a baby. It pains me to show you these things, the doctor was saying, but like all of us, you must understand that the cadaver is not Osmond in any sense of the word. Osmond has been released from Earth plane. His body was only the physical housing he wore through this phase of progression, and discarded with his untimely release. But I had certain very definite and wonderful plans for my boy. Plans, fate willing, that you must accomplish in his stead. After I'm through with you tonight, I shall remove from Osmond's cadaver 3 important brain glands. They are supernally developed, and for the sake of the world, they must not be allowed to die. Tomorrow, Mark, they shall be given you. You are my son now, and a very fortunate man. You're not cutting open my skull, I groaned from misery's abyss. 'Twill be a miracle of surgery, my boy. Now relax, relax. Your consciousness steadily grows dimmer. I felt the tender strokes of his hands. I fought the drowsiness that enveloped me like a silken cloud, and with the fervor of a man possessed, I prayed. You shall awaken in the morning, came the doctor's vibrant monotone. Awake in the morning, refreshed, reconciled. Awake, refreshed, reconciled. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 14. And I did awake, refreshed and reconciled. My heart and conscience were at peace with the world. My bride was in my arms, and joy and mystery were ours for the taking. How did I get here? I asked, kissing her with the passion of a lover returned. Castleman brought you in at midnight. I put you to bed. I glanced at the sleeve of my green silk pajamas and nestled Ava close to me. Did I come in under my own power? You were walking, with his help, and you were awfully dopey. I'll not tell you all the sweet and wonderful things you said to me. Please don't ever try to run away again."
"I shan't, I promise." Recollection stirred within me. For an instant I stared at the boudoir clock. "I must go," I said, jumping from bed. "I must hurry back to your father."
"I know,"
Ava said, smiling delightfully.
"And then don't waste any time getting back to me. This is our day, you know."
She flung me a coy glance.
"I'll not be yours tonight, you know."
"Couldn't be anyway," I replied. "I don't know how long it will take my head to heal."
"Then father does plan an operation?"
Ava said it with some concern. I nodded, scratched my rumpled hair, and gazed pridefully down at my vision in bed.
"That perception came to me last night," she sighed, "but I'd all but dismissed it from my mind. I'm sorry it was necessary, but do hurry with your recovery. I'll be waiting for you when my cycle's ended."
"And I'll be waiting for you," I said, bending to kiss her. I had intended having breakfast with Ava in the solarium, but these plans were blasted by sudden appearance of Dr. Kramer at Thalamus. There was something more than glider marks to indicate his presence this time. I saw him, and I talked to him. After shaving and dressing, I leisurely had walked into my study to wait while Margot prepared Ava for the day. Oddly, I sensed no carryover of the impression and resistive impulses of the night before. I sat there contentedly smoking my morning's first cigarette, calmly aware of last night's flight, my strange return, Osmond's cadaver, and the doctor's plans for me. My frenzies, my hates, my resolutions against the Craners, all had been plucked bodily from mind. It seemed perfectly natural to remember acts without a trace of the former rancor accompanying them. It seemed perfectly natural to see half a man with a glider appended to his buttocks and those buttocks in the air calmly walking on his hands through the doorway toward me. I saw him step to the center of the room, and with the grace of a gymnast, drop his torso to his wheels. "Good morning, Dr. Craner," I greeted.
"Good morning, my son."
His vibrant voice was full of good cheer. There was a merry twinkle to his brown eyes as he pulled off his leather gloves and dropped them to his coat pocket.
"I trust you are in better humor this morning."
"Yes, much better," I happily replied. "And the mystery of how your glider marks started from my room center is solved by your appearance." He ran a hand across his great bald head, touched his hearing buttons, and smiled.
"I often visit back and forth between houses."
"But even with your amazing faculty for getting around, I marvel how you negotiate that rocky trail."
"I don't. I have another way."
I was at point of asking how, when the doctor flung the all-important question at me.
"And now, my son, are you ready?"
I was just going to sit down to breakfast with Ava.
"No breakfast. A full stomach is by no means calamitous with my anesthesia. But it's wiser to refrain from food. Are you prepared to leave immediately?"
With no trace of reluctance, without a moment's hesitation, I replied, "Any time you say, Doctor. May I tell Ava I'm going?"
"I'll tell her," Dr. Craner replied. "Meet me at the Cradle of Light in 15 minutes."
In complete and unquestioned obedience, I turned to go. At my study door, the doctor called to me.
"You haven't by chance talked to Margot this morning?"
"No," I answered, pausing.
"'Tis good. She likely would have talked against surgery."
"I wouldn't have listened to her," I called. Pridefully, the doctor wagged his great head.
"The words of a loyal son," he said.
In full light of spring day, the rocky path between the two houses could hold no trace of terror. It was a strange journey I was taking, but in me there stirred no sense of strangeness. Like wings from a pupa, I was new and altered as to the world I yesterday had known. Now I felt happy, carefree, content. I loitered at the turns, gazed out at the incomparable view, and basked in the April sunshine. I was neither frightened of the doctor's knife nor worried of its consequence. I had the utmost faith in the rightness of things and an exalted sense of well-being. Neither physical hurt nor mental shock could have blasted me from my beatific freedom. I heard the automobiles on the streets across the Arroyo. I knew that Pasadena and Los Angeles were near and that I once had a life and duty in their midst. I was conscious of the circle of existence which had been mine less than a fortnight ago. Dimly I recalled Allard and Brinkley and the graceful Edith to whom I had given troth. But they were now the pale shadows, Reality to me was hinged between Thalamus and the cradle of light. Content lay there. The life beyond was nothing. I wanted no escape. I wanted the thing I was moving toward. In the comfort of a well-pastured animal, I paused at the landing on the hillside. Unhurried, tranquil, I took my time about entering the cradle of light. My gaze went out toward the Sierra Madres, and the beauty in the distance. Much was promised me. By the most willing of acts, I was securing these things to my name forever. Obligated to move at last, I turned, lazily opened the metal door, and stepped inside. A cry, half human, half animal, greeted me as I stood blinking in the sudden darkness. Before I could move, another screech sounded, and I was knocked to my knees by the impact on my shoulder of something big, heavy, and viciously solid. A sense of personal danger quickly dispelled my blitheness of spirits, and I moved to escape. With a finality that asked no dispute, the door was slammed shut. I knew I was at the mercy of the demented Insa. Cautiously, I inched up the wall toward the light switch I had seen Osmond use, meticulously careful not to draw Insa's attention by any unnecessary noise. My hand found the switch. I took a deep breath, snapped it on, and leaped to my feet. I saw Insa. Her yellow hair was in disarray, her maid's uniform bedraggled and torn. Her face was dark with hate and torment, and in this moment she was frothing with a killer's fury. She lunged at me, and then stopped, whimpering.
"You're not him?"
"I'm not whom?"
That Castleman."
"Of course I'm not Castleman," I heartily replied, and with utmost relief. "Forget it, Insa."
"But they killed Osmond."
"Come, let's go upstairs."
"But they killed him, I tell you. Look."
And I did look, for she was pointing to Osmond's mutilated head. It was lying where it had rolled on the concrete floor of the passageway. My serenity ebbed. I rubbed my bruised shoulder. "Why did you throw it at me?" I asked, still blinking in astonishment.
"They killed him,"
she howled.
"So I'll kill them."
"But, Insa," I said, eyeing her cautiously. "Please, Insa."
"They cut him up. They cut out all his sense. They'll cut you up, too. And they'll cut out all your sense."
And gory as was the sight, I could not help but stare at it, for, from the floor, Osmond's lifeless eyes were staring up at me. I knew, too, and with considerable relief, that they had gotten Osmond's brain glands before Insa's desecration. I knew it because I could see the line where his scalp had been neatly stitched down. And I was happy, for not even this foul and unspeakable deed would thwart the doctor, nor the majestic destiny he'd prepared for me. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 15. I hadn't realized the extreme size of Castleman until he suddenly and noiselessly appeared in the concrete passageway immediately behind the screeching, frothing Insa. My own hysterical cry of relief at sight of him was not missed by the maid. She whirled and with moaning fury was at him in an instant. Her spring, straight at his throat, was like that of a maddened, flesh-starved wolf. I saw her grab Castleman by the scalp, locks, and chin, and before I could stride 10 steps toward them, she was hunting for his neck with her teeth. I saw Castleman's hands grab her shoulders. I saw his strong arms bend her backwards. But it was my own quick yank at Enza's yellow hair that alone saved him from the death clamp of her teeth. In that brief second, I slipped my other arm between them, bore them back upon my left leg, and tripped them both to the floor. Castleman, with a heavy grunt, seized the advantage. A moment later, he had pinioned the maid Insa safely and securely to the cement. "Your necktie," he grunted.
"You dirty, dirty, dirty!"
Insa howled. I stripped the cravat from my neck and helped hold Insa while he tied her hands behind her.
"Now you'll kill me!"
Insa screeched.
"Just like you did before, you dirty, dirty, dirty!"
The air was horrible with the weird noises and howled invectives that rolled like a foul and unclean torrent from her lips. I was glad when Castleman's handkerchief as mouth gag finally put an end to it.
"Will you assist me, sir, in getting Insa back to her room?"
"Gladly," I agreed, and together we lugged the writhing woman to the elevator. Upstairs we carried her to the plain little room which was her quarters in the cradle of light. The concavity of its south wall and the peculiar shape of its second doorway marked it as a part of the great circle patterned about the doctor's atelier. While Castleman pinioned Enza on her bed, I untied her wrists and pocketed my badly wrinkled necktie. He turned her loose, still gagged, and we beat our hasty retreat. A second later, Castleman had securely turned the lock on Enza's door. The howls we soon were hearing from behind it were indicative of how quickly and effectively she had ripped the handkerchief from her mouth.
"Thank you for your help," Castleman said. "She's in a nasty state."
"How long will it last?" I asked.
"She'll likely be all right tomorrow."
"It hasn't upset the doctor's plans for me?" Somehow I was greatly concerned about this.
"No, the glandular transplants already had been removed, and if you'll go on in, sir, I'll carry the head back to the laboratory."
Meticulously, Castleman brushed the cellar dust from his sleeves and trousers. With the howls of the mad one at our backs, we followed the hall back to the elevator. As we reached it, Margot stepped from its door. Her face bore the marks of unutterable grief, and her eyes were swollen with late weeping. I knew then that she had seen the ghastly sight below, and I could have strangled Enza at the thought of the needless heartache she had caused.
"Who did it?"
Margot half whispered.
"The girl,"
Castleman replied.
"I'd rather never to have been born than to see it," she sighed. "And Enza, poor broken Enza, she couldn't have known."
"I'm sorry, Margot," I said in all the tender sympathy I so deeply felt.
"The blight of hell must be upon my family," she groaned. "And please, Castleman, do handle it with care."
"I shall, Margot,"
he said. With a polite bow, Castleman stepped into the elevator car, and the gliding door removed us from his gruesome mission. "Shall we go into the study?" I asked, taking Margot's arm.
"No,"
she said, drawing away.
"I'm meeting the doctor in the atelier."
She turned. Fright seized me at the look of stark panic on her face.
"Are you submitting to this thing?" she suddenly asked. "Am I to see the image of my own son transmuted to a stranger?"
"My dear Margot," I hastened to explain,
I'm sorry," she said in calmer voice, striving for control. "'Tis all right, Mark," she added, her moment of hysteria now past.
She took my hand. She squeezed it comfortingly.
"'Tis all right."
My heart went out to the bereaved woman, but try as I might, there was nothing I could say. Apparently she sensed my concern, for her smile toward me was pathetic in its tenderness. "Did I understand you to say the doctor was here?" I asked in an effort to lift the somber tone of our conversation.
"He's waiting."
"But I left him at Thalamus not 20 minutes ago."
"He has his own way of coming and going," she replied. "He'll be ready for you, and I'm assisting."
"You don't want to assist?"
No,"
she hesitantly answered.
"No, I don't. I cannot tell you why, but I'd rather not again stand at the side of Dr. Craner. And yet, who else can? It will take more than Castleman's help. Doctor needs me. You need me. It is for the sake of you and Eva that I'm here this morning."
"Thank you, Margot," I said.
"You are aware now of my unfortunate status in the family. Reasons for my lack of sympathy with the doctor's course should be obvious."
I nodded, and swiftly appraised and pondered the amazing revelations concerning this family. I could easily understand Margot's antipathy toward the genius she had nurtured, and by whom she had been discarded. Jealousy, rebellion, and a hate blinded by frustrated maternal love, doubtless all were tumultuously seething in Margot's breast. The shock of Osmond's death was something any mother, even one grounded in the Craner tradition, would find difficult to bear. I could understand, too, why she did not want me to submit to the transplant, but here a reckoning was to be made with my new state of feelings. From the premise of my rebirth, her very resistance to this surgery made her my enemy. I could deeply sympathize in every tragic problem she faced, but I could not condone even the thought of her raising objection to the thing my whole conscious soul desired. Nothing must turn me from the great experiment. I fiercely wanted this thing, this day. I would have killed anyone daring to raise a hand to stop me. "You are Ava's mother and my friend," I said, "and I respect you greatly."
"Thank you, Mark," she replied, and may the unseen powers guide you through this thing."
She pressed my arm reassuringly, and wanly smiled. A last fierce scream echoed from Enza's room. Margot shuddered, and again dabbed her eyes. "Shall we go?" I asked, resolutely stepping forward. "The doctor will be waiting." And so, side by side, we walked toward the doctor's great circular atelier, thoughts holding our tongues to silence. The mystery of the doctor's quick traverse of the two houses was heckling me for answer, but even that was insignificant compared to the buoyant state of my feelings as the moment for the great adventure grew imminent. To explain the rapture which possessed me would be difficult. The bizarre and the ugly had resolved itself to the commonplace. Anything outside the train of my normal experience quickly rationalized itself in my mind. Osmond's head dashed against my shoulder came not as a basis for horror, but as a source of hate directed at Enza for having disturbed the expected sequence of things. The oddity of Ava's mother conducting me to the surgical table, her presence as a menial in the family, all the out-of-ordinary things my eyes had witnessed since my marriage, had lost their strangeness in this hour. And when Margot opened the door into the circled room, I was ready. And I was happy. The table was prepared for me. The great doctor sat upon his pedestal at its head, and Castleman had shed his butler's tails for a surgical gown. A quick, cold glance of recognition passed between Margot and Dr. Craner, and in silence she stepped to the washroom to prepare herself. The doctor pointed to a door in the circle. "You will disrobe in there," he said. "I want you naked to the waist. You'll find pajama trousers laid out for you." Obediently, I opened the door and stepped inside the dressing room. The lower half of a pair of white linen pajamas and a pair of cloth boots were readied on the small white table in the little room. With eagerness of a small child preparing for a swim, I stripped and hung my clothes upon the hangers in the closet. By the time I had donned cloth boots and pajama pants, Castleman had arrived with razor and soaps. He flung a heavy towel about my bare shoulders and pinned it at the neck. "Will you be seated, sir?" he said. "Beside the lavatory, please." "Must you cut my hair?" He politely nodded and hooked the leather strop to a wall catch, expertly played a barber's tattoo upon it with the gleaming blade of his razor. He folded the razor, laid it aside, and picked up the clippers. "Bend over, please," he requested. Methodically, Castleman guided the clippers in swath after swath across my head. In mild interest, I watched my gray-streaked black hair tumble to the floor at my feet. And when that was done, I bent myself to the porcelain basin while my scalp was lathered and shaved. For the first time that day, I felt impotent and weak. In that hour, I could believe the legend of Samson and his shorn locks had some basis in fact. There is nothing in the world that will more quickly and surely rob a man of confidence, poise, and courage than a shaved head. The strange creature who now stared at me from the room's mirror struck me with actual fright. My sense of nakedness was appalling. "We'll return now, sir," Castleman obsequiously declared. "God, but I am a sight," I groaned, stealing one last glance at the mirror. "Did you have to do this?" "It's necessary, sir. Surgical preparation." "God help me. And my love life," I tragically sighed. But not even the shock of my shaved scalp could deter me from the desire which had been implanted in my soul. I followed Castleman into the big room, and with my inability to further view my Samsonian tragedy, my confidence returned. Margot had changed to a tie-back surgical gown. Now her large and hungry eyes peered strangely at me from above her muslin face mask. If anything could have furthered the grotesque appearance of Dr. Craner, the trappings of surgery was it. The sterile gown, while fitting him tightly across the shoulders, was shortened to his dwarf stature, and hung several inches below the top line of his pedestal. With no ears to anchor the mask, a special harness had been contrived, which fitted across his bald and shiny pate. Unlike Osmond and Margot, he wore no cap, and the electric skull buttons which served for ears shone black and mysterious behind the gauze shield now covering the lower part of his face. I saw the two large eyes staring critically at me. I heard his vibrant voice, and it was tender and solicitous. "That's it," he said, as I climbed to the table. "Now lie flat on your back.
Breathe deeply. Relax if you can.
I felt a cold and sterile sheet below my naked shoulders. I stared upward to the windowed ceiling, and quite unconsciously my eyes sought the blue light which glowed from above. I heard Castleman scrubbing up for the affair, in the side washroom. I heard Margot's feet treading about the tiled floor. My sense was one of expectancy, without curiosity, without fear.
I shall induce sleep, the doctor was saying. Under ordinary conditions, such induced sleep would be complete and satisfactory. However, the mechanical disturbance of the brain cells necessary in our task this morning may adversely affect the catalepsis. We'll administer an opiate as precautionary measure.
I heard the swish of Margot's gown. I heard the tread of her feet beside me. An enameled tray was hooked into the slots of the table, and I stole a glance at the 2 hypodermic syringes lying in gauze pads upon its top. I felt the sting of their needles, one in each shoulder. A moment later, Castleman was there, masked and gowned. Margot took away the spent hypodermics. While she was gone, Castleman covered my nakedness with sterile sheets, and then strapped me securely to the table. When Margot returned, the new tray was laden with sterile rubber gloves and talc. I watched lethargically while both she and Castleman re-scrubbed at the washroom to return soon for the glove-donning ritual. I watched interestedly the sprinkling of the talc, Castleman's stretch of the gloves, the plunge of Margot's hand deep to the finger ends. I heard the crisp snap and crackle of the rubber about the sleeve ends of her gown. The doctor's gloves lay on the tray, ready, though first must come the task of rendering his patient helpless and insensible. The drug had commenced to work, and I felt stupidly drowsy. Not the least sense of rebellion or fright had yet crept into my consciousness. My will to do this thing could not be explained. My trust in the doctor was absolute. Soon I heard his soothingly vibrant voice, directing my eyes to the light, suggesting the deep sleep soon to come. I felt his strong hands knead, press, and stroke my skull. Dimly I heard the rattle of surgical instruments as Castleman prepared for the opening and closing of a human head.
Sleep, sleep,
the doctor's voice droned in my ear. And soon, like the snap of a switch, my life was severed from its known and familiar world. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 16. My awakening was hideously slow. The sleep had been of the blackest, most dreamless sort, and my return to consciousness came in midst of darkness. I felt no pain, but I could not move. Wherever I was, my hands and legs were pinioned so securely that motion was impossible. My fingers and toes I could wriggle, but try as I might, I could raise neither arms, legs, or neck. With return of thought from chaos, I endeavored to ascertain how badly my scalp was wounded, whether it was shrouded in dressings, marred, or disfigured. Denied movement and the chance to explore, only imagination could fill the gap, and so surrounded was it by the appalling darkness that soon it became malignantly depressing. My lips were dry and I was thirsty. Knowing the conditions imposed for post-operative safety, I could be patient on that score. Important thing was that, apparently at least, I had awakened in full possession of my reasoning faculties, and that augured well for the success of Dr. Craner's experiment. But the darkness seemed totally unnecessary to my arousal. I cried out Margot's name. It echoed into silence, and neither voice nor footsteps answered it. "Castleman," I called. "Hello, Castleman," and all was silent as before. Buried in darkness, helpless to move, I lay there for what seemed hours. "Castleman! Margot! Anybody!" Periodically I would call, and my voice would echo back tauntingly, maliciously. Why I was alone, why no one was about, were questions my anxious mind conjured but could not answer. As the unfruitful hours wore themselves away, curiosity turned to numbing fright. Before the room slowly lightened with the dawn, I lay cowed and sweating in genuine fear. Daylight showed itself first from the ceiling, and the brightening skylight was proof I still lay in surgery. The blue light no longer glowed, and my eyes, from the limited scope of my body's shackles, strained to discern the graying objects about the room. I lifted my chin from the head clamp. I peered backwards to where the doctor had positioned himself before my sleep. I saw nothing but the dim, round wall, and my vision was so curtailed his pedestal could not be seen. Helpless, and genuinely worried, I sweltered and ached away the measured pass of time. The one thing left me was an occasional unanswered call for help, which eventually was bartered for the slow and silent wait upon full arrival of the day. By constant sidewise movement of my head, I gradually loosened the shackles enough for limited view to the right and left, and the first object to center itself to my vision and attention was dark and long, and propped against the south portion of the atelier's circular wall. Daylight confirmed what my fears had already whispered through to suspicion. It was a human body, and it was Castleman, though, minus its head, I knew it was Castleman, by its blood-drenched gown and trousers. The decapitated torso, propped to floor and wall, had shared my company throughout that sorry night. Painfully, I twisted my shackled head away from the gory corpse, wondering at the same time, and just as painfully, if Dr. Craner and Margot had met similar fate. I could see now that instrument stands, trays, and cabinets were overturned, and that the room was in shambles. Alive or dead, there was no sign of either of Ava's parents. On the door to the north through which I had entered, a great splotch of blood now contrasted strangely against its pale sky tint. Glaring from the floor immediately below was Castleman's head, eyes open, lips wide apart. Instantly I knew that someone had thrown the head, and it lay where it had bounced from the door. I wondered why I, the most helpless one, had come through the bloody chaos alive. By what vague miracle had I been spared this ghastly ending? The deathly scene about me drove up one thought: to flee the room before my sickening fears consumed me. I shouted again and again for help, and each time my voice echoed back unanswered. For what seemed endless hours, I strained and labored at my straps and shackles. I grew faint from thirst and exhaustion. My own frantic shouts throughout that day finally convinced me that I alone remained at the cradle of light. I fought against the crushing finality of this knowledge, and the wasting horror of what lay ahead. I could not, I dared not surrender. Every thought, every motive, focused down to a single overwhelming want: to get out of that accursed room. By mid-afternoon, my throat was croaking with dryness. Every limb was numb from the shackles. I was hysterical with fright and totally exhausted. Sleep came as the most profound and blessed relief. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 17. A sudden blinding glare of the ceiling lights brought me instantly and defensively awake. I heard footsteps and turned my cramped neck to see who was entering. A second later, Enza was at my side. Swiftly and silently, she unhooked my restraining straps and head clamp. Calmly and graciously, she extended an arm, and with painful exertion, I lifted myself to sitting posture and dangled my numb legs over the table's side. "Could I have some water?" I croakingly sighed, at the same time half expecting her to attempt my dismemberment in one of her fits. She turned and obediently walked to the atelier's washroom for my drink. I rubbed my prickling hands over my shaved scalp and mentally contrasted the maid's present docility with yesterday's screeching agitation. Then suddenly I stopped and again patted my razor-smoothed head in fearful wonder. No bandages were there. No incisions had been made. No gland transplants had been attempted. Dr. Craner's experiment somehow had ended in abortive failure. During my operative sleep, both he and Margot had abruptly disappeared, and Castleman had been murdered. Enza stepped to my side and politely offered me water from a paper cup. Eagerly I flung the cooling draught down my thirst-parched throat. "What happened?" I asked, pointing a trembling finger at Castleman's bloody corpse.
"Margot killed him," Enza replied with simple directness, "and I sawed his dirty head off."
Margot killed him? I asked incredulously. Casually, Inza touched up her yellow hair and adjusted her little starched serving cap. She had cleaned and tidied herself and looked unbelievably improved in comparison to the last time I had seen her.
Margot loves me. She unlocked my prison door. You put me in there, but you couldn't help it because Castleman made you put me in there. We planned to get the doctor first, but Castleman saw the gun. He leaped at Margot.
Inza leaned confidentially.
I borrowed the gun from the doctor's chamber.
Gingerly, I lowered my aching limbs to the floor. With my right hand clutching the table for support, I looked around me at the room in all its gory hideousness. Inza hastened to fling the sweat-damp white blanket over my naked shoulders. "Thank you," I said.
"We like you, Margot and me."
"Then Margot's alive?" Inza nodded happily, and I felt relieved. "Where's the doctor now?" I asked it, a little fearfully.
"He fled through the earth with the greatest of speed."
I watched uneasily while Inza howled and cackled at the feeble joke. "Inza, please," I finally begged.
"We plugged the south end of his mole hole," she gleefully answered, "and he'll never get back."
Suddenly Inza sobered and grabbed both my arms.
"Margot unlocked my room. He'll kill her for that."
I shuddered at the demented woman's touch, at the thoughts her confession engendered. I sighed my relief when she dropped her hands from me and blankly stared. "I don't see how Margot could have turned you loose," I said. "Last time I saw her, she was in surgery, gowned and gloved."
"She went from the scrub room, you fool. Before gowning, she slipped out and unlocked my door, and while they got you ready for a carving, I went to the kitchen for a cleaver. Then I did a little carving of my own. Castleman croaked like a rooster when I sunk the cleaver into his big red neck. But it was the doctor we wanted. All this happened after the legless wonder escaped."
"How, for Lord's sake? On his glider?"
"On his hands!"
And Inza went into another howl of mirth.
"You should have seen him go down his steeple like a chimpanzee. When Margot fired the shot, he went out of this room with his T-hander in the air."
"Wearing a surgical gown? I don't see how it could be possible."
"If it weren't possible," Inza laughed, "he'd be propped up with Castleman right now. Last I saw of him, he was holding up the front hem of his gown with his teeth. The back hung down like a dowager's train. Margot tore after him, but he got to the elevator first."
"But where did he go?"
"Come,"
Inza said.
"I'll show you."
End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 18. I dressed myself in the little side room, allowing a moment's gloomy perusal of my shaved head in its mirror. Then I again joined Inza in the atelier, and followed her out into the hall. I watched, sharp-eyed, for the doctor, but Inza seemed totally unconcerned. My bowels were sick with what I had seen, and I was weak from my exhaustive ordeal. Silently, I followed the maid to the elevator.
"Did the doctor ever show you this?"
she asked, pressing the button. With a lurch, the cage started downward. "You mean the elevator?"
No, his commuting strip between the two houses."
The elevator stopped at the metal doors through which I twice had entered from Thalamus. Instead of opening them, Inza touched the button, and we commenced another descent. "I've wondered," I said, "how a man in his condition could visit around so handily."
"He'll no longer visit so handily,"
Inza declared with a bitter smile. The cage stopped again before another metal door. She rolled the door back, and we stepped into the damp blackness of a cellar-like room. A switch clicked. The sudden light from the ceiling revealed a sizable concrete-walled room. Margot, gun in hand, was standing before us. "It's you," she said, calmly pocketing the revolver in her apron. She embraced Inza, but in my numbed mental state and after all the bizarre things I'd seen and heard, no such gesture as this could amaze me. Listlessly, while the two enjoyed their odd and effusive greetings, I walked about the room. To one side was the electric hoist for the elevator, the switch panels and fuse blocks for the entire house. Nothing I could discern appeared unnatural or sinister. A huge gas-fired incinerator built into the east wall, and the steam furnace which heated the cradle of light, lent to the place only an essential utility value. Tiny slit-like windows above gave what they could of outside air and light, and on the whole, cutting such a room into the hill's earth and rock appealed to me as sensible engineering. "I suppose the doctor flits through the furnace door?" I said laughingly. Margot and Insa ceased their low-voiced discussion. Hand in hand, they walked to me.
"Through this door,"
Insa replied, and while the sober-faced Margot stood aloof, Insa led me to the small iron door alongside the switchboards, which she had pointed out. It was padlocked, and she shook the lock with possessive glee.
"But he'll never get through this end again," she boasted. "I've the key."
With melancholy unconcern, Margot sauntered back to a chair she had provided for her cellar vigil. I realized now why no one had answered my calls from the atelier, though it did seem a little strange my mother-in-law should so long have abandoned me to the insufferable misery of that room, and now should practically ignore my presence. I was sympathetically conscious, however, of the vicious burden Margot so silently bore, and though I was anxious about Ava and curious about a number of other things, I decided to postpone conversation until a more favorable moment. It was with keen interest I turned to the door Enzo was showing. "Dr. Craner had this passageway cut for his travel between the two houses?" I asked.
"It's a utility connection, primarily,"
Enzo replied in one of the occasionally lucid explanations that made her such an intriguing mystery to me.
"Carries gas lines, electric circuits, and water. An ordinary man could get through it, but the legless wonder flits its length nice as you please. Or rather, he once did. He'll never flit again, because I've the key."
Chuckling mirthfully, she drew the key from her apron pocket and waved it in happy emphasis. "I suppose you've done the right thing," I said doubtfully, striving to analyze my own lack of emotion in the family conflict so desperately raging about me.
"Right thing?" she said angrily. "Of course it's the right thing. You're hexed and controlled, or you'd know it."
"Hexed, controlled," I repeated dully.
"But I've locked out the doctor. You'll be free, like me and Margot and the birds."
"But what of Ava?" I asked in sudden alarm. "If he's such a hell-devil, what of my Ava at the other end of this thing?" Whole thoughts instead of fragments were beginning to pierce my foggy stupor. Suddenly I felt depressed, ashamed, and desperately anxious to get back to Thalamus.
"Ava," Insa snarled. "Ava's safe enough. The doctor'll never harm a hair of her pretty head."
I glanced at Insa with new surprise. "You talk as though you're jealous," I said.
"Why shouldn't I be?"
"Well, why should you be?" I testily replied, considerably taken aback by her impudence.
"You don't know how much," she said, disgustedly. "And you're controlled."
"Tell me," I said, ignoring her prattle, "does Craner travel this thing on his glider?" The commuting strip had me definitely aroused.
"He had them build a little overhead rail and grooved wheel carriage propelled electrically. He swishes through that tunnel like a rocket. I'll bet you'd like to see his trolley way."
"I would indeed."
"Well, I'll not show it to you."
"Why?"
"Because you're not on my side."
"Sure I am, Insa," I said heartily. "But I can't help but think of the doctor as rather an amazing genius."
"An evil genius," she growled. "You should be glad we saved you from him."
I was happy to see that Insa had slipped the key into the lock. She turned it and lifted the padlock from its hasp.
"There's his burrow,"
she growled, flinging open the door and pointing to the black and dank passageway not more than a yard high.
"You see?"
Margot's blood-curdling screech stopped us cold.
"Close it!"
she howled, dashing madly toward us.
"Close it!"
I grabbed the door but never quite managed to fling it shut. The thing spun back on its hinges. Both Enza and I were knocked sprawling to the floor. When our surprised eyes again looked up, there was Dr. Craner, poised like a force of evil on his glider in the tunnel entrance. The scowl of hate on his face reminded me of a disturbed grizzly at its cave, ruthless, fearless, and overwhelming. In his big hand was an automatic pistol. Insa moaned hysterically but made no move to rise from her sprawled position on the floor. The doctor waved the gun at Margot, who, white-faced and stolid, now waited alongside.
"You'll pass me your gun," he said. "Handle first."
The doctor's appallingly large brown eyes burrowed at us from their bald and earless head. From the floor where the impact had landed me, I gazed up with more stupidity than fright. The doctor again danced the gun in Margot's direction. Reluctantly and silently, she drew the revolver from her apron pocket. Grasping it by the barrel, she handed it to him. He flung the thing across the room. It landed with ghastly clatter in the corner behind the elevator hoist.
"Take off your apron, Enza," he demanded.
"He'll kill us!"
she screeched. "Take off your apron."
"Don't let him do it! Please, God, don't let him do it!"
"Take it off, you useless chunk of dementia! Take it off, I say!"
Enza raised to her knees. For a second she fumbled at the apron strings and then went into a convulsive spasm of twitches, howls, and barks. The mad and unearthly din filled the room as the floor-threshing woman gibbered and frothed. The doctor's gun flamed death. With ear-splitting suddenness, 2 shots rang out. I saw Enza's eyes open wide in surprised horror as the bullets pierced the frontal plates of her skull. With a convulsive shudder, with a final shrieking moan, she rolled forward on the cellar floor. The shots awoke my stupid self as from a horrid dream. I stared at the bleeding, twitching form of Enza. I glanced at the killer, at the stately Margot. Like an engulfing wave, fright rolled in upon me.
"That's 2 of our own flesh you've murdered,"
Margot shrieked.
"My baby! You've killed my baby!"
I was stunned. This revelation seemed more than my burdened, waking mind could stand. Enza, then, was another daughter of this man and woman who now glared at each other across a gun barrel. Another child of this freakish, unholy mating. Enza, the broken outcast, blood sister to Eva and Osman. It was the final, bitter answer to Enza's odd status in the Craner household.
"That thing was outside our circle," Craner was saying.
"We're all outside your circle," Margot sobbed. "But you'll die for this. You'll die, or I'll die."
"Take off your apron,"
Craner snarled. While Margot glared in motionless defiance, I arose to my feet.
"Off with it!"
Slowly the woman untied her apron, lifted it from her neck, and handed it to him. He clutched it with his teeth, and with one dexterous swing on his hand was before us in an instant.
"Now,"
he said to both of us, and emphatically adding a wave of the gun,
"take hold this apron, and march."
Margot stared at the lifeless, bleeding form of Enza. Unsure of his intentions, I stupidly hesitated.
"Take it," he commanded, "or I'll shoot you both."
"But, Doctor," I commenced, framing protest.
"Take hold and march."
When Margot lethargically took hold of the apron, I took hold. Our procession, as it started for the elevator, must have appeared a ludicrous one. But it was not funny to us. Behind, we towed a perverse and unfathomable killer. In his hand was a gun. He ordered us to face the rear wall of the cage. While he closed the doors and pressed the hoist button, I glanced at Margot with pity and with shame. I could not get out of my hazy mind her last sick look at the lifeless Enza. My own impulsive curiosity had brought on this final tragedy, and I knew she must hate me as she hated the man under whose command we were now acting. In my normal days I had seen many a face at the bar, framed in every emotion known to man. Never to my knowledge had I ever seen the etchings of grief and hate so markedly as on Margot's face this day. And this last tragedy was my making. No wonder she ignored me as though I did not exist. The cage glided upward. It stopped, and the legless doctor opened the door to the reception hall.
"Hold the apron," he commanded, "and walk ahead."
At gunpoint, we stepped into the big room and dutifully performed as bidden. As yet, for some reason, I felt little will to resist.
"To the atelier,"
he ordered, and to the atelier we towed him. It was a sordid chore he made us do. Reason alone cannot explain the apathetic state of my own feelings, the willingness with which I went about the grim business of handling a human body, and silently interpreting and executing the will of my master. Both Margot and I were his chattel. Without protest or whimper, we lugged the head and trunk of Castleman to the basement floor, and laid them beside the murdered Enza. Behind us, as we did it, was Toad the dwarf with the gun. Why I, Mark Allard, acknowledged attorney, and man of substance and repute, should have allowed myself to become party to such an affair, I can give no rational explanation. Why I, at the command of a misshapen dwarf, should bend knee with the pitiable Margot and scrub up the blood marks of Castleman's murder, is as inexplicable as the strange train of events which preceded or which followed. Why, in God's wisdom, I did not dash for freedom or make some effort to shake myself from the pall are things which baffle and defy my intelligence to answer. And when the atelier was once more tidy and clean, when the marks of struggle were erased from its tiled floor, we again towed our master to the basement. Only Margot appeared to sense that this was the final journey to our own doom. There was a ghastly pallor on her face, and she was mumbling to herself as the cage descended for the last time. "Out," was Dr. Craner's grim reminder, with a wave of the gun for emphasis. Like dumb oxen we responded. By a gentle toe of the apron, we hauled our master's glider out across the threshold into the basement room.
"Close the elevator door, Mark," he commanded.
A quick sob escaped Margot as I stepped back and rolled shut the heavy metal door. The doctor handed me out a key.
"Now, lock it," he said. "To think I ever loved and sheltered such as you," Margot despairingly groaned. "Kill us, you shrunken devil, and get it done with." "How vipers do hiss when cornered," the doctor airily replied. "For years you've conspired against the plan. Now you've destroyed it, and I'm going to destroy you." "Go ahead, you diseased maggot," the woman howled. "But you'll never forget that it was my plan in the beginning, and 2 more deaths will be your undoing." "There'll be Ava left, my dear, and we can always find a substitute for this." He indicated me with a wave of the gun. "You're really going to kill us?" I soberly asked. "Yes, stupid," said Margot. She tossed her head in weary disgust. "He's going to kill us." "First, I must borrow your strong arms for a little chore," the doctor suggested to me. "For the sake and safety of those who'll live and mourn, these bodies must be disposed of. We'll take care of Castleman first." With a quick shove of his hands, he glided over to the big incinerator. He valved open the gas, and there was a quick roar as the pilot flame ignited it. "Was Osmond's remains properly cared for?" Margot asked. "Yes, Margot. He was my son, too, you know. We saved only the transplants. He was cremated entirely by Castleman, immediately after Emsa's regrettable affair." "Thank you, Doctor," Margot sighed. "I go to my own death easier." "I'm sure you will," the doctor said almost tenderly. "You did well with Osmond." My thoughts were darting back through the haze. With increasing vividness, I recalled the happenings of yesterday, and now I was witnessing the sordid ending to Craner's great experiment. The doctor yanked open the incinerator's steel door. The hungry fire roared hot and bright before us. Sick with fright, I wondered how soon my own flesh would be steaming and sizzling on its grates. "Castleman first," Craner ordered. "No," I answered, stiffening with dull, stubborn anger. "Pick it up," firmly came the words of command. "No," I howled. "I'll not do it." "Pick it up, Mark." I looked at the dead ones. I made a step toward them and hesitated. Rebellion was churning within me. "Pick it up." The doctor's eyes were piercing me like rapiers. Consciously, my mind fluttered protest, even as I felt my body operate as a thing apart. I wrestled with my will and gauged the thing I was doing in utmost alarm. And yet, I stooped, bent, and a moment later was holding Castleman's headless body in my arms. "Into the fire," the doctor ordered. I stepped to the roaring incinerator. While the heat from the gas-fired inferno beat upon me, I felt my own body deliberately heave the corpse to the devouring flames.
I saw it land atop the blazing pyre within. I saw it blanket the fire. I heard it hiss in ghastly protest. And like a drunkard's awakening, there came to me the wanton barbarism of it all. I saw Margot stoop, pick up Castleman's head by the ears. I saw her cast the head into the flames, and spit after it. My own servile stupor was cracking apart under the shock and stress. I turned in hate to the diabolic creature who had mastered my soul. Blandly and self-sure he stood facing me, his face quiveringly alight from the flames behind me, his right hand pointing the killer's gun at my own head.
"Now, Inza," he said.
"No," Margot protested. "I'll not burn her," I screeched. "Kill me if you want to."
"That too is coming, and quickly," Craner snarled. "But pick up that body first."
"I'll pick it up," Margot said. "Inza was my baby."
I should have helped, but my nerves could stand no more. It was almost with a feeling of relief that I watched the mother bend to pick up her child. I saw her kiss Inza tenderly, and I think it was the flow of tears on Margot's cheeks that changed my own hate to action. Die I must, but not without one desperate effort to avenge the crimes through which this fiend had dragged me. I saw his attention focus momentarily on Margot. I made one step toward the dwarf. His furtive eye caught me in the act.
"Your turn's coming soon enough,"
he growled.
"Don't hurry it."
He waved the gun.
"Now, back a step until Margot does this thing."
"Even Satan must stand in awe," I said, falling back. "In you I've witnessed evil incarnate."
"You've witnessed the dissolution of my life's work, and you've been the source of my undoing."
"I married your daughter, you pint-sized devil, and you've busied yourself undoing things ever since I came here. Now drop that gun before I kick it into your teeth." Warily I measured the distance for my leap.
"Must I kill you where you stand?"
The glint of his eyes was sober warning. Any sudden move on my part would be suicide. My thoughts grew increasingly alert as I sparred with the problem. Margot now had lifted her heavy burden. I watched the doctor's eyes and grew hopeful. "After killing your own children, I doubt you'd hesitate with me."
"You're right, Mark Allard," the doctor replied a little sadly. "Your presence has brought this." He pointed to Margot as she lugged her burden to the fire. "You see the wreckage of my work."
"My presence has nothing to do with either you or your work. I'm here because I loved Ava Craner. I was ignorant of this evilish household when I married her." I paused a moment to watch the doctor. An overwhelming urge to escape seized me, to save myself that I might save Ava. "But let's be sensible," I rationalized. "Suppose we shut the door on this crematory and talk a little sense." It was a bold, desperate move. I gambled on a sudden reach for the fire door to divert his attention, and before he could speak, I ducked to the dark shadows alongside the dancing flame light. The gun roared, missed, and I leaped. Like a moaning, frenzied animal, I landed atop him. We rode the glider 6 feet before coming to a threshing stop. The gun clattered to the floor, but I soon found the doctor's great hands as perilous. With cat-like accuracy, they were at my throat. In fury, my own hands ripped away his hearing buttons and the plungers to his brain. Like a maddened beast, I beat at his naked, earless head. In one glance I saw Margot, solemnly going about her task, trance-like and unperturbed by the death struggle in the basement shadows alongside. My task was to save myself, and as Craner's hands seated themselves in stranglehold, I knew my life was gone unless I could break their lethal grip. The struggle was brief and weird. I saw Margot kiss Inza and heave her into the fire. And in the eerie light from the burning human bodies, I fought an adversary beyond any earthly counterpart. In rearing to my feet, I lifted with me the legless trunk of a man who, like a vicious and unclean squid, was squeezing out my very life. I could not shake the tenacious thing from me. I could not break its grip. My voice tried to shout to Margot, but as the breath strangled off in my throat, I knew the thing I battled was my master. Life's final struggle has been known to summon immeasurable power when crisis guides the act. Truly, the blackness of death was upon me. and I fought as few men ever fought before. Beating at the dwarf's head was useless. Against him my muscles were hopelessly no match. In human cunning he was diabolic. In weight alone did I possess any semblance of advantage. Ebbing consciousness brought the final answer. Like a dead weight, I dropped my body upon the vicious thing which clung to me. Thrice I arose to dash my full weight to the cellar floor, with the legless dwarf receiving the bruise in full. In the third time, the moaning, sweating thing began to loosen its grasp upon me. In last desperate frenzy, I pried it from me. I screeched with exultant release and power as the air swept back to my lungs. For a moment I held the quivering body in my arms. I took a step toward Margot, and with a howl of joy cast the groaning flesh at her feet. Calmly she picked it up by the arms, swung a wide arc, and threw the thing into the flames. Quickly she pushed shut the big metal door upon the consuming flame, rubbed her hands with sadistic glee, and measured me with a rare smile.
"The chapter is ended," she said.
End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 19. Margot calmly seated herself at the cellar's one chair, pressed fingers to her temples, and studiously gazed at the bloody floor. The events had left me stunned and shaken. I could not believe my eyes had witnessed the cremation of the genius of the Cradle of Light, that my own hands had taken part in the kill. It seemed incomprehensible to me that actually I had battled to death the brain and will which had mastered me body and soul. But the roar of the fire and the nauseous odors were reminders that Dr. Craner was frying in the same heat which had consumed his victims, and which might well have consumed me. My one overwhelming desire was to escape the grisly cellar, and I glanced at the locked elevator door. With a shock I realized the key was in the doctor's pocket, and the doctor at the moment was being cremated in his own incinerator. Except for the tiny light slits in the outer wall, the room was windowless, and would be Stygian dark without electricity. I stepped around to the elevator hoist and peered up into the cable shaft. There was a clearance, perhaps, for a hungry cat, but freedom for us could not come that way. It was the noise that turned me around. Margot, pale and weary, and with the doctor's gun in her hand, had followed me.
"Don't touch it," she warned.
"Touch what?" I asked in surprise.
"The gun."
My brain clutched out from its stupor. I remembered and laughed. "You mean the gun the doctor threw?" She solemnly nodded. "It did land somewhere over here, but that isn't what I was looking for. We must find a way out of this place. We're locked in."
"What do you want to get out for?"
My God, Margot, what would anyone want to get out for? How about a little freedom and a chance to regain one's sanity?
"Is that all you want? Just freedom and sanity?"
"I have a wife," I said. "Alone at Thalamus. I'm deeply worried."
"Come along," she ordered, beckoning with the gun. "We'll go to Eva."
"But how?" I demanded, stepping ahead of her. "We're locked in."
"To fill the doctor's shoes, you'll have to think sharper than that."
"My brain's foggy," I apologized. Suddenly I turned half around. Who said anything about me filling the doctor's shoes?
"I did."
"But the doctor had no shoes. He—"
"Get over to his tunnel and hush up."
A moment later I was peering into the dark hole from whence the doctor had emerged so dramatically. His little overhead tram saddle was suspended from its rail at the very entrance. Convenient it had been for him, but I wondered how we could utilize it. "We can't ride."
"Why not?"
"Not room. You'd have to fold up like an accordion."
"Then we'll fold up,"
Margot said with finality. "Both of us?" She wagged her head at my apparent stupidity.
"We'll go one at a time. Kneel in the cradle. First one through will send the carriage back."
"Then I suggest you put the gun away. Ava's on the receiving end of this toy subway, and I need no urging to get through. I'll neither resist nor give trouble, Margot, though I am giddy with thirst and hunger. Would you allow me water before we start?" She pointed the gun at the basement faucet, and then calmly dropped the weapon to her aproned pocket. While I quenched my thirst from the faucet's warm and metallic-tasting water, Margot valved off the gas in the big incinerator. I sensed a morbid temptation to view the glowing ashes of 3 people I once had known, but I turned curiosity aside in a shudder of disgust. Margot already was climbing into the tunnel's mouth, and I watched with interest while she bent herself into kneeling position in order to fit the cramped space of the tram's saddle.
"You know, of course, why I'm not letting you go first," she called over her shoulder.
"Probably you want to greet me at Thalamus," I said, "with a gun."
"I dare take no chances on your getting away, Mark. I'll send back the carriage. Now come along, and I'll show you how it operates."
Dutifully, I stepped to the tunnel, and in mild interest watched her make ready for the takeoff.
"You pull down this lever on the carriage arm, and hold on, like this."
There was a whir of the overhead motor, and the next instant Margot had disappeared. I stood alone at the black tunnel's mouth, listening to the dimly echoed sounds of her underground flight. With no one to speak to, the ghosts of the cellar rose to plague and haunt. Aimlessly, I wandered about the room, gazing abjectly at the blood spots, Margot's chair, and kicking into the corner one by one the doctor's broken ear buttons. Then suddenly I remembered, and the next moment I was rummaging amidst the switchboards and elevator hoist for the lost gun. I found it deep in the corner, and with a reassuring pat, shoved it to my pocket. Mindful of freedom again, I tried the elevator door, cursed the doctor for having locked it, and stared hopefully once more at the cable shaft which opened upward to the great house. But the hole was too small to consider, the windows equally out of the question, and the tunnel the only possible route for escape. Margot kept her promise about returning the tram for my escape. Had I not been looking rather anxiously toward my journey out, its arrival might have gone completely unnoticed. A slight click and a dying whir of its motors were all that indicated presence at the cradle of light, of the ball-bearing wonder which had served the doctor in place of legs. Since its load capacity had been engineered for but half a man, it was necessary for me to execute almost a knee-and-chest crouch in order to fit myself to its cradle and avoid having my limbs bruised and torn by the pipes and conduits which lined the tunnel. When I had settled myself to its web-like nest as comfortably as my stature would allow, I took one last glance over my shoulder at the cellar room which had been scene to such ruthless death and misery, and at the great incinerator whose gas fire had consumed 3 human bodies before my eyes. I felt the gun in my pocket, thought of deliverance, and pressed the lever. Instantly I was flying through the darkness, the dank air wraithfully brushing by me, my body swaying like a bag of oats from a whirring mechanism which rolled through the gloom like a thing alive. And like the changing stream about me came the rush of new thoughts and new problems. What lay ahead? What was I to do when I reached Thalamus? Clarity and command of intellect could not have fully returned to me, for the horrors of that which I had been a part had scarcely registered as to social implications. I had seen murder committed, and it had failed to shake me deeply. My hand in the death of Dr. Craner was no more than the animalistic instinct for self-preservation, with neither cunning nor crafty guile its motive. Had I truly been in command of my intelligence in the moment, my legal turn of mind would have been jousting with such problems as how to escape the net of evidence now sown about me. How might I flee to my abandoned outer world? And when that was done, how in honor's name I might convince a jury of any innocence of mine in the murder and cremation of 3 people? Instead, as I glided through the darkness, I was worrying about how my bride was going to react to the story of what this day had occurred at the Cradle of Light. Would she meet me as a bride? Would she condone my part in the killing of her father? Could ever I hope again for the wanton joy I had known in the days past? Her strange mother had gone before me. I could only guess how mad and reckless were the ideas that fired her brain. The motors ceased whirring, the tram glided to a gentle stop, and though still in darkness, I knew I was at Thalamus. I reached out, felt the door, and after a moment's fumbling, my fingers located the latch handle. I pulled the latch downward, and the metal door swung open against my weight. Cautiously, I wormed feet first out the tunnel's mouth into a rather large room, dimly lighted by a single low-wattage ceiling lamp. With relief and joy, I knew it to be Thalamus's utility basement, confirmed to my blinking eyes by its furnace, incinerator, and switch panels. Margot was nowhere to be seen. After calling her name without answer, I turned my attentions toward finding my way upstairs. Thalamus had no elevator, but I quickly discovered not only a conventional flight of stairs, but a concrete spiral incline, which I took to be both an architectural concession to the doctor's infirmities and his own direct route into the house. The doctor's path interested me, and I chose it. At the top of the incline, I paused before a low door and listened. Steady mumble of the furnace fire was the room's only sound. The moment was nearing when I must face Eva, the disquieting state of my conscience, the question of my bride's safety, and my overwhelming love for her were more than enough to make me anxious. I pushed, and the little door swung easily and freely open. Crouching slightly to clear the doorframe, I stepped through and found myself in my own study at Thalamus. The door itself was backed by a section of the wall's paneled bookcases. I swung the thing neatly back to place, and there was Margot, gun in hand, watching me from my easy chair across the room. "Very ingenious," I said.
"It was necessary to provide a means for the doctor to travel between houses."
Mentally, I pictured Dr. Craner walking on his hands up the basement incline, grotesquely continuing his inverted strut through the door and to my rug, and then switching to the easier propulsion of the rubber-tired glider strapped to his bottom. That mystery at least had simple answer. "You'll not have to shoot me," I said, looking amusedly at the gun. She gave me an odd and embarrassed sort of smile, but she pocketed the gun.
"I'm sure you'll not try to run away," she said.
"It's Ava I'm anxious to see."
"Ava will be asleep," Margot said. "She's in her cycle. I suggest we both clean up before seeking her."
I rubbed a battle-bruised hand over my shorn scalp, glanced down at my soiled, unpressed attire, and nodded agreement.
"I'll meet you here in half an hour," she said.
"And don't worry about me running away," I chuckled. Neither worry nor lethal family strife had robbed Margot of her dignity, and she swept from my room as stately as a goddess. I slipped the revolver into my desk drawer and turned immediately to my bath. A moment later, before my bathroom mirror, I was viewing as strange a creature as ever the eye might behold. My head was naked of hair, a day's black whisker stubble flourished truantly on my face, and my brown eyes looked sunken and dull. My suit was dirty and tattered, and my grimy hands were cracked and bruised. I was hungry and I was fatigued. The day was late morning, and the sunshine was lavishly squandering its heat and light through the windows of the quiet and solemn house. I determined on breakfasting with my bride, and the resolve itself acted on me like a happy tonic. And damn it, if Margot refused service, why, let her be perverse. I'd cook the meal myself. Punctually 30 minutes later, I was back in my study, improved in all appearances but my razored head. Margot was late, and I idled to wait at my desk, scribbling notes with the thought of chronicling all the bizarre happenings of days past. As I wrote, the sequential course of my experiences began rising so vividly to my imagination that Margot was forced twice to call from the door before I was aware of her presence. She had changed to clean and neatly pressed blue, and had carefully redone her hair. I dropped pencil, arose, and followed her across the music room. We tiptoed through Ava's treatment chamber, past the table upon which Osmond had died, and entered the silence of her boudoir. Morbid gloom clutched deeper upon me with every step nearer her bed. 1,000 things could have happened to her while I was away. But first sight of my bride, in fair, calm sleep, was definitely reassuring. Contentment smiled from a face as serenely untroubled as that of a child, and I marveled how this could be so. Her honey-colored hair lay tumbled about her face and pillow, and a sense of possessive joy surged chokingly in my throat.
"Ava," I called. "Ava, dearest."
She neither moved nor wakened.
"Ava,"
I shook her ever so gently.
"You cannot waken her," Margot said from behind me. "Her moment hasn't come."
"Ava!" An audible sigh escaped her lips as though to reassure me, but Margot was right. She did not waken. I called her name once more, playfully tousled her hair, and shook her in a manner really calculated to arouse her. As if in answer, she turned on her side, drew up her knees like a contented child, and ignored me in sleep. "Why doesn't she waken?" I demanded of Margot.
"She's still in her cycle. When the proper hour arrives, you'll have her. That is, I believe you will."
"Speak plainly, Margot."
"I'll explain to you at breakfast. May I suggest you retire to your study? I'll prepare something. You're hungry?"
"I'm famished, but I'd hoped Ava might join me."
"That cannot be, for now."
As I mentally probed Margot's disclosure, a sense of irritation possessed me. For days past it had been mystery piled on mystery, until I was wearied beyond endurance. An end must somehow come to all this inanity, if ever Ava and myself were to enjoy any sort of normal married life. Whatever her cycle was, I was resolved it would be the last one.
"Very well, my pretty lady," I affectionately whispered to Ava. "Sleep on if you must, but I'll return."
I kissed the inviting face turned up to me. Together, Margot and I tiptoed from her chamber. At the door, Margot took the gun from her pocket and offered it to me.
"I only wanted to be certain you'd return to Ava," she said, drawing confidentially close. "Now that you've seen her, you're free to do anything you like."
I shoved the automatic back in Margot's apron pocket and smiled. "Since Our Lady deigns to sleep, suppose you and I have breakfast together."
"Thank you, Mark," she said, her face brightening hopefully. "I'll make it my opportunity to reveal some things that you should know. In your study?"
"You've already suggested that."
"I'll hurry up something. You must be hungry indeed."
With my sick mind grasping for some sense of reality, I hurried across the music room to my quarters. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 20. There were mountainous problems for me to think through, and yet, in my peculiar mental state, there was little I cared to do about them. After all the happenings of the past 24 hours, by all the rules of logic, I should have wasted no time in seeking the outside world for help and counsel. Murders of a most barbaric and revolting kind had been committed within my knowledge and before my eyes. Like an ox in a miasmic swamp, I mired deeper with every struggle, and only help beyond my own strength and initiative could possibly save me. Yet I begged no help, and what feeble urge I felt toward law and human ethics transmitted itself to a single attempt at telephoning. Who I intended to call, I had not the remotest idea. When the line showed itself as dead, I sighed with relief and replaced the telephone on its hook. Before all, and above all, I wanted first to talk to Ava. I thumped the polished wood of the desk Ava had given me. I teetered uneasily in my chair and gazed absently at the domed ceiling of my study. The ethical concepts of my nature, as interpreted in normal human behavior, seemed dulled by the impact of forces beyond control. If it were dementia, it seems odd that my mind was still crystal clear as to every detail of past events. The interpretive functions of my intellect were the parts which seemed to have gone awry. As I see it now, the norm of my conscious thought followed a pattern of oblique distortion, which seemed in that hour perfectly lucid and logical. I felt the urge not to brush away the evils and oddities of my existence, but to perversely examine them one by one. I knew they were interesting, and I knew that I would write of them, but in this moment it was Ava I wanted, the woman I had married, my wife and loved one. I could stand it no longer. Like a man possessed, I sprang from my chair and rushed back to her chamber. She was still asleep, scarcely moved from the childish curled-up hug in which I had left her. "Ava," I called. My tender efforts at shaking her became more vigorous when she failed to respond to my entreaties. "Ava!" Wispy smiles of contentment lighted her face. She sighed and hugged at her pillow, but no amount of coaxing and shaking could stir her to conscious recognition. If she were drugged, there was nothing I could do but wait until the potion had spent itself. Chagrined and deeply worried, I walked back to my study. Margot was there, with a heavy-laden breakfast cart. "I tried again to waken her," I said.
"The time is not yet,"
Margot cautioned. She handed me a napkin, spread a cloth atop my desk, and commenced setting out plates and silver for two.
"'Tis well, too. It gives you a chance to decide, free of influence or duress."
I peeked under the silver platter cover and sniffed delightedly at the crisp ham and yellow-eyed eggs. Margot poured my coffee, laid out the marmalade, and seated herself opposite. I glanced with new interest at the sorrow-marked, intelligent face of Ava's mother. "I'm worrying a lot about our awful secrets," I confessed. Unperturbed, she heaped my plate with food and offered me sugar for my coffee. I took 2 cubes and watched her critically.
"And you're anxious," she casually replied, "to confess all to Ava and ask her advice?"
Very definitely. Margot's big gray eyes stared hungrily at me.
"You feel no urge to expose all the dark happenings of days past?"
I weighed the thought. Yes and no, I said finally. I guess my urges are all mixed up. My thinking's all mixed up, too. The only really urgent thing I feel is to talk to Ava, to argue these grave problems with her.
"An encouraging sign," Margot declared. "Now eat, Mark. I know you're hungry and desperately tired."
And that indeed was true. Margot ate sparingly, as though in deepest thought. I was in deep thought, too, though for 5 minutes I wolfed my breakfast, washing it down with great draughts of the hot coffee with which Margot kept me generously supplied.
"Why doesn't Ava talk to me?"
I suddenly demanded. "Did you drug her?"
"She doesn't know you exist."
I dropped my fork and stared aghast. "Now isn't that a hell of a note?" I stormed. "You mean she doesn't know I married her?"
"She is conscious of nothing earthly. Her mind lives and acts only in the plane of the infinite. Her body, being of the earth and bound to the earth, is the only anchor that holds her. Ava is an extraordinary product of an amazing experiment. The only thing left of it, in fact."
"And it's about time this insufferable idiocy ceased. She's my wife, and God be my witness, there'll be no more of it. Why does she sleep all day? Answer me that."
"Because the body wearies. She takes no food. Her mind is conscious of no hunger. But her body is. The body eventually conquers and brings her back. That is what we mean by a cycle."
"I don't like it."
"It's possible by manipulation to continue it longer, and that was the doctor's intention. Being a co-discoverer of these things, I could continue the experiment myself, but for your sake I shan't."
"At last," I grumbled, "someone considers me."
"We must consider you, Mark. In you is the future of everything for which the cradle of light was conceived. In you is either its salvation or its destruction. May wisdom guide your acts through these days."
We finished our breakfast in moody silence. Margot disdained my proffered cigarette. As though awaiting some crucial decision on my part, she made no move to leave. "And now you want me to carry the ball," I finally suggested. She gravely nodded. "I gave you my sentiments a moment ago. First, I'm going to rescue my bride, and if it's still possible, to shake her out of her trance, and boot out her psychic companions long enough for a little straight earth talk. Then we'll decide from that point on."
"And you'll do one of 3 things,"
Margot predicted. "What are they, may I ask?" I comfortably leaned back and blew my breakfast smoke ceilingward. "Maybe I'll do all 3 of them."
"Your legal instinct could force you to rush out for help. That act would be most regrettable. It would cast the Craner hypothesis to public ridicule, and all of us into endless disgrace and court exposure. You'd lose Ava completely and finally."
"I'll never lose her," I boasted. "She'll weather the storm with me. I know Ava." Margot stared solemnly at me.
"You don't know Ava," she said. "Believe me, you don't."
"Your words are frightening to a bridegroom."
"Well, if you're entertaining notions of a successful transplant of Ava Craner to another way of life, you do well to start some sober thinking. I'm Ava's mother. My children were born and trained to their destiny. Ava herself will be the first to snatch away the illusion you're chasing."
"You make it sound horrific," I said, in an effort to appear indifferent.
"You've 2 other courses of action."
"And what are they?"
"You'll try to deliver yourself from Ava by killing her."
Margot said it calmly and without tremor of emotion.
"As her mother and the source of her affliction, you'll also kill me, and eventually you'll turn to self-destruction."
"Why so certain I'll be a suicide?"
"Because you're deeply in the web, Mark Allard. You love Ava, with a passion that will drive you to madness when she is gone. 2, you have only the vaguest of desire to return to what you once thought the normal way of life. How often do you now think of your former business, or your former friends and associates?"
Seldom, I honestly confessed. But maybe you've employed unfair physical and mental influence. Perhaps I'm insane.
To kill would be the perfectly normal expression of a man in your predicament. You're jealous of Ava because she's in a world apart from you now. And as time goes on, and you further refuse to enter it with her, the breach will widen. As certain as you live, you'll kill. I sense you're very near it at the moment.
Then why did you offer me the gun? The fire in my cigarette had died. I cast the thing to my plate.
Because I wanted you to have complete and free agency in the matter. My only coercion was to make certain you saw Ava before circumstance inevitably forced you to a decision. You must act as you think best from this moment on.
But I still have one other course of action, I nervously suggested. You said yourself that there were 3. Margot arose and commenced moving the dishes back to the serving cart.
The other alternative, she said, pausing in her work, is to conform, accept the situation, become one of us. Remember, it was Margot, the serving maid, who conceived the Craner therapy. I brought it to fruition through the doctor and my children. You, with Ava's help, can make it a positive, living thing.
How can you consider a thing as living when most of its adepts are dead, destroyed by the thing they created? The thing you've meddled with is death. I love Ava, as you say, but I want none of this dark business.
The path of every major discovery is strewn with casualties. That should not deter us. I've given 2 of my children as martyrs to a new science. I suffered humiliation when the doctor usurped my place and lost the true perspective of his great calling. But for this circumstance, the deaths might never have occurred. But you, Mark Allard, now stand in the doctor's place. Willingly and happily will I confer a greatness upon you that eventually must resound to the uttermost parts of the earth. The secrets, all of them, will be made known to you. You will inherit the doctor's lands and wealth. You will sire children that will become wonders among men.
With trembling fingers I lit another cigarette and watched Ava's mother load the cart. The things she had told were boring in upon me. I dared not speak. While I mulled in thought, Margot prepared her cart and started with it across the room. Midway she paused and turned to me.
I suggest you think seriously before you act, she said. In your hand and mind is the destiny for all of us.
When can I see Ava? I demanded.
Only when her cycle is ended, Mark.
Tonight?
Perhaps.
I'll see you later then, I said abruptly. Do not disturb me until evening.
I had no intentions of doing so, she answered tartly, and pushed the cart to the door. Good day, Mark, she said, pausing to smile. And again I ask that wisdom may bless you.
After she was gone, I paced the floor for half an hour. Before I'd finished my mental tussle, the urge to write had come upon me. I set myself at the desk with pencil and paper, trying to diagram the weird sequence of events throughout the days past. Soon my story was taking shape, and I scribbled steadily until fatigue and drowsiness overcame me. When I awoke, the frightening darkness was once more upon me. I lay with my head upon my desk, amid the finished sheets of my work. My muscles were cramped and aching from the bended strain of my day's slumber, and my reaction was one of startled fear. I roused myself, switched on the lights, and hurried across the music room to Ava's quarters. Her chamber was lighted. The bed was empty. Ava was gone. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 21. My systematic search of the house went unavailing. Ava's pink satin nightgown had been carefully laid across the bed. Her gay boudoir slippers were nestling on the floor alongside. Apparently she had dressed herself, but she was gone, and nowhere was she to be found in the dark silence of Thalamus. I switched on lights. I called her name through every room, and Margot's disappearance too proved fully as baffling. Gardens and grounds remained the next possibility, and they were dreaded places for me to go. To Thalamus itself I felt a definite and positive bond of attraction. There was psychic appeal and calming influence in all its component parts, but for me only gloom and boding terror filled the wooded acres surrounding it. Courage it took to broach those lurking horrors. I gave Ava's quarters a final search, stepped out to the flagstoned terrace, and circled the house. With every garden bench and chair shining empty under the April moon, I realized I must either broaden my quest or enlist help. Back inside Thalamus, I took the gun from my desk drawer and pocketed it. A rummage of the guest hall closet availed me a 3-celled flashlight. Armed with these very definite morale boosters, I immediately returned to the task of thoroughly combing the estate for the missing girl. I followed the main drive past the road juncture, almost to the very gates themselves. Vivid in my mind as ever was recollection of another night, and its bolt for freedom, and the strange way it had terminated no longer seemed strange to me. I sensed no further desire to flee. Not for anything in the world would I this night have marched past the gates to the high road. I wanted only Ava. I wanted only Thalamus, and a few words of lucid conversation with the woman I loved, before the dreaded storm broke about our shoulders. My retreating steps brought me back to the juncture, and rather than retrace the lonely path directly to Thalamus, I broadened my search by swinging right, toward the cradle of light. On this new and unfamiliar path I was jumpy, nervous, and played the light frequently and thoroughly into every curve and shadowed nook. Sooner than I had anticipated, the great house quite suddenly loomed before me, a huge dark silhouette, clutched like a rich and evil talisman in the fingered blackness of its trees. The pulsing metallic grind of the crickets and the fluted calls of mockingbirds grew in measure with every step nearer the deserted mansion. My heart was thumping furiously, and fear spasms were in my breath as I ascended the wide stone steps of its outer terrace. I played the light with frequency and tightly hugged the gun in my coat pocket. "Ava!" I called, as much to bolster flagging courage as to reveal the presence of my absent bride. "Ava!" But only the mockingbirds and crickets voiced answer, and no probe of the flashlight's beams discovered the missing one within my circuit of the mansion. I had not yet expected to enter, but the great front door yielded at my touch, and I warily stepped inside. My flashlight's bright finger soon pointed out a switch, and quickly the outer hall was alight. It seemed only natural to expect Castleman to step out and obsequiously reach for my hat and coat. But Castleman was dead, along with the other bizarre tenants of this house. I wore my hat and kept my coat as I continued on into the great hall and library. In the overwrought condition of my nerves and the general strangeness of my frame of mind, I sensed the very presence of the ghosts of the departed. My back prickled with fright, and my ears were sensitive to every wraith-like sound as timidly I groped my way through the deserted rooms from whence had come some of life's astonishing moments. "Ava!" I called, and my voice grew tight with hysterious falsetto. "Ava!" But no sound of recognition answered the cry that echoed through the rooms and corridors of the Cradle of Light. If Osmond should have seated himself at the grand piano, if Castleman had silently beckoned me to a chair, or if the doctor himself were voicing mysteries from any one of his leathered pedestals, I could not have felt more in the presence of those who were gone. Mark Allard, co-murderer of the Cradle's genius, was the despised intruder who walked its halls. But I did not want to be there. Ava was the soul for whom I searched, and I wanted no more traffic with the dead. I called her name in one of the atelier's 7 doorways. I gazed in awe at the room and at the table where Dr. Craner had usurped the motivation of my own soul. I glanced at the tiled floor, where at his command I had sponged away the spots of human blood. My bride was not there, and I backed out into the hall. With one last screeching cry of "Ava!" my nerves cracked. Sobbing, hysterical, I dashed toward the elevator. After pressing its button, I lived another terror moment while it rose from the lower room from whence the 3 of us, the legless dwarf, Margot, and myself, had gone from it to the hell we had known. It glided to a stop, and I quickly entered. My hand was shaking as I pressed the next to last button. The cage whirred to a stop at the outer entrance. I had no desire to descend lower. Sliding open the elevator's iron door, I stepped into the concrete rear entrance corridor, overjoyed with the freedom it meant from the cradle of light's ghostly influence. And there, as first thing for my nervous eyes to behold, was the figure of a woman. She was walking toward me. Her gaze was on the floor. She was snugged into a heavy winter coat. Instinctively, I clutched the gun in my coat pocket. My sudden start of fright dissipated, however, when the woman raised her face and returned me a surprised glance. It was Margot.
"Did you smell anything?"
she asked, as we neared one another. I looked at her in astonishment. "Smell anything?" I repeated. She nodded.
"A peculiar odor inside the house?"
"Hell, I don't know," I said, wondering if Insa's infirmities could have passed to her mother. "I don't remember smelling anything, nor seeing anything either. What is it you're looking for? The sanctified odor of death?" Her gray eyes looked solemnly at me.
"Yes," she whispered, "the odor of death. I'm on my way into the cradle of light, to close up its every vent and window, to seal it up like a tomb."
"You mean to lock up the smell with it?"
"Tightly, securely."
"God," I sighed, and stared incredulously.
"Were you looking for me here?"
she asked. "I've been looking for Ava and you both, ever since I awakened."
"I took another trip on the doctor's tram," she said. "I made another round-trip visit to the cellar, and I plugged up its windows."
"Are you crazy? Is it me, or can it be all of us? Why in God's name would you want to visit that ghastly hole, let alone plug up its windows?"
"Someone had to."
If Margot had gone into one of Inza's frothing fits, it would not have surprised me. But her face was so calm, so unemotional, that I began seriously to doubt my own sanity. "I suppose you found the odor of death there all right?" I said, probing her maliciously.
"When I left, a very short time ago, it was gathering like a cloud."
With her sudden explosive laugh, I gave up hope. "Where's Ava?" I growled impatiently.
"Ava is walking."
"Where?"
"In the gardens."
She snugged deeper into the coat and smiled. "I've searched the gardens. I've walked the road between the two houses. I've gone through the cradle of light."
"You'll find Ava on the mockingbird path, as I found her. The cycle is nearing its end. I doubt she'll know you, but don't be alarmed. She's close to the transition."
"She'd better be," I grumbled.
"When I'm done shutting windows, I'll return to Thalamus to await your pleasure."
"My pleasure, Margot?"
"You're about to face your moment. How you will act is your own affair. If you run away, our circle is dissolved, and it's goodbye, you and I. If you take Ava, enter her sphere, you'll find deep need of me."
"Why?"
"Because I know the fundamental secrets."
Margot paused and stared intently at the floor.
"If you murder Ava, you'll also kill me."
"That's foolish talk, Margot." Her gray eyes looked soberly and intently at me.
"Is it?"
she asked. I laughed and nervously fumbled for a cigarette. Before I could scratch a match, she'd snatched both match and cigarette from me and cast them to the floor. All I could do was stare like a dumb ox.
"The solemn thing I ask," she was saying, "is that in the next few minutes you ponder things carefully. Good night, Mark. You can smoke on the path, and I'll await your decision."
Abruptly, she turned from me. In abject wonderment, I watched while Ava's mother stepped into the elevator and vanished from sight. Slowly, I walked down the corridor to the rear entrance and its iron door. I opened it and stepped outside. The door clanked shut behind me. Once more I was in the clear night's air, freed again of mental duress, and at the end of the path in Bluff's Edge. Below me was the Arroyo Seco, and across its darksome gap the twinkling lights of Pasadena. For a moment there came a nostalgic tug for the outer world so oddly lost to me, and so strangely plucked from my consciousness. But the things I had seen, felt, and done just as suddenly clinched their grip again upon me. Once more I heard the pulsing drone of frogs and crickets from the canyon's hollow. With a sense of loss and overwhelming sadness, I started along the path in search of my woman. And again the jasmine was thick upon the air, and I wondered vaguely if it could be the scent of death. Again the mocking birds ran the scales of their flute-like virtuosity, while a lonely and unhappy man stumbled his way along the narrow twisting path toward Thalamus. I called Ava's name, but only the ghostly night birds paused to listen, and gradually into my conscious thought there began to seep an unutterable fear that I had lost Ava, that no more was I to possess the woman who had come to mean my very life. I thought of Margot, her acts, and strange predictions. I thought of every experience, suffered or enjoyed, since I had met my bride of beauty. For a love overwhelming, mysterious, and sensually exciting, I had committed myself to a perversely different pattern of life, and had sacrificed my identity in the world of men. But in the barter for Ava Craner I felt I had lost nothing. It was not unknown to me that the line between sanity and madness is delicately drawn, and few are qualified to precisely say where one begins and the other leaves off. I had passed through the cradle of light, and the house had been full of the invisible dead. I knew their voices, but I could not comprehend their words. I sensed their presence, but I could not see their faces. I could not smell them, as apparently did Margot, but they walked with the woman who was mine. They violated and sullied my nuptial bed. They had stolen my bride from my arms and had shut off her vision from me. Like a creature forgotten, I walked the night path alone. I had come to her a man of sober understanding and normal intelligence. Whether the accomplishments and discoveries of Dr. Craner had resulted from expansion of a superior intellect or an alliance with hell, these things I could not say, and the fleshly voice of the legless physician had been silenced by the fire that had consumed him. Now it was my turn to save myself, or be consumed, and voices I could not hear laughed out of faces I could not see. How I was to deliver myself from these things was not at the moment known to me, but earlier in the day I had scribed some thoughts on paper, and in my moment's pause before the greater decision, I resolved myself to testify for all men to read. For I had seen wonders performed with the human head. I had known a man who, by the simple manipulation of the plates of the skull, could expand the mental faculties of humanity to encompass all things, known and unknown, and whose evolved technique and trained hands could well have been man's bridge into mystery and the key to eternity's realm. Even though the gun in my pocket should kill the incarnate flower of this wonder, I still was anxious to plead that the secret of the cradle of light be probed and nurtured, that its evils might be conquered and its good made known. Solemnly I believed the mysterious function of thought had been on the verge of unfoldment, that the cranial processes, from little-known glands to the outermost psychic and spiritual phenomena, might yet be one man's gift to a blind and groping world, even though events and influences had conspired to cut it short. And then Margot's words came sharply back to me. I, Mark Allard, could step into the breach, partake of the fruit, and become as the great departed. The source flow was still preserved, the secrets anxiously ready to be made known, and the decision solely in my own hands. And thinking of myself as king, the night quite suddenly grew less foreboding. I wished then that I might have had Osmond's superior thought processes transferred to me. I wished that the doctor's skilled hands might have lifted the obstructive limitations of bone and tissue from my brain, that intellectually I might have expanded to the stature of the magnificent creature to which I had mated. Could the blinds thus have been removed from my eyes and intellect, I might better have coped with the problems that were so imminently near to destroying us both. For here in the Pasadena hills was either a quickening answer to a lost and groping world, or the blackest, most destructive scourge of hell. Abjectly and deeply fearful, I walked toward the answer. And then, in a turn of the path, in a wooded nook where the jasmine scent was deepest, I saw my bride, gowned in white, chokingly lovely in the ethereal light of the moon. Ava stood in the little wooded clearing ahead. Her back was to me, and she was peering ahead in motionless expectancy. I stopped for my eyes to feast. I made a step toward her, and stopped again. She was speaking.
"You may go now, Osman," she was saying. "My beloved is here."
My spine prickled. It was an eerie moment. I waited for her to turn and give herself to me. Instead, she started forward. In the voice of vibrant endurance I knew so well, I heard her joy moans. I watched while she disappeared around the turn of the path. I remembered Insa as the froth of madness bubbled from my lips. I remembered Margot as sorrow and hate forced the decision. I had drawn the gun from my pocket, and it glittered now in the moonlight. Destiny for me lay ahead on this path. "You will escape, you will kill, or you will conform," came the blazing words of the prophecy. Slowly, I stalked my bride toward Thalamus. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 22. I wanted Ava to realize it was Mark Allard who followed. I wanted her to hear me, to see me, to know that I had seen, and having seen, could hate enough to spill her blood. I wanted her to turn, to face me, to grant me recognition, or to join her invisible dead by the quick, sure route of my flaming gun. On the flagstoned terrace I called her name. She neither paused nor listened. I raised my gun to fire. I lowered it at a thought, and followed her into the house. And I testify I saw her, and heard her talk and nod to the ghost who walked beside her. It was I who was the invisible wraith as I stalked the unholy pair across the music room, across her study, and to her very chamber door. I testify that here in the sacredness of my own marital domain, I saw my wife bid her formless consort good night. And if it were hands she gripped, and lips she kissed, only my imagination could conjure the ghostly man to whom she leaned, and toward whom she so queerly was lavishing herself, and with such obvious pleasure. I could not tell whether my beloved was endeavoring to pass the chamber door, to invade her more intimate circle, but after her lingering caress of what to me was thin air, I did not hesitate to follow. And too, I must testify that I shoved the gun to my pocket, stood within her chamber, and watched in rapt silence while she prepared herself for bed.
"Margot,"
she called. I chuckled fiendishly. Margot was crazy too. Margot was shutting in the smells at the cradle of light. But Ava called no more, and after a perplexed wave of her beautiful head, she disrobed to nakedness. Following a languorous stretch and yawn or two, she lazily donned the satin gown which lay across her bed. And like rime before the sun, my urge to kill dissolved, and I feasted eyes on the voluptuous scene enacted before me. I waited until she had nestled into bed before I stepped directly to her presence. With all the naivete and charm of girlhood, she was snuggling to the deeper comforts of her pillow. "Ava," I called, touching my hand to her warm forehead. "Ava, it's Mark." And I testify that she shuddered and cringed, as though my hands were the cold and slimy creep of some loathsome reptile. "Ava," I implored, shaking her gently. "Ava!" She whimpered sleepily. She drew away from my touch. And what a moment before had been a sensual urge to share her bed, suddenly and devastatingly translated itself into the vilest sort of rebellion. Frustration, jealousy, the freakish premise of all I had been called upon to endure. These were the final weights to that unendurable load which broke my sanity. "You evil witch!" I screamed. "You unspeakable vulture! You've ruined me, destroyed me, and as God lives, I'll destroy you!" In hellish insult, she nestled closer to her bed, and rhythmically breathed in sleep. I drew the gun. With an aim that could not fail, I held it inches from her head. I looked at the tumbled beauty of her hair, remembered a dozen intimate moments, and could not bring myself to squeeze the trigger. Next moment I was screeching like an imbecile, as frothingly mad as Enza. I don't know how many times I ran through Ava's chamber, how many chairs I crawled over, how long or how often I lay writhing like a crushed lizard in the deep pile of the thalamus rugs. I do know that when the madness subsided, I found myself in my own study, physically exhausted. I knew it was the finish. I knew I was broken before a power beyond my abilities to cope with or subdue. I had only one thought, and now it had become an obsession: to deliver myself from Ava, to shed the trappings of the Craner horror. Weakly, shakingly, I crawled to my study chair. Like a famished dog before a beefsteak, I grabbed at the phone. The miracle of the lines working impressed me none. A second later, I was dialing Brinkley's number. And then Brinkley's sleepy voice was sounding in my ear. Wary and world-wise as were its intonations, they came like a spring freshet to my parched and burning soul. "In God's name, Brink," I implored. "Save me. Save me, please." His voice suddenly came to life. "Where in hell are you? We've been looking—" "Follow the Arroyo Seco north, the Craner place. But, man, nobody would know. Immense state. Stone Gateway. Bring a squad. It's murder. And a doctor. We're all crazy." "But the house number, Mark?" "I don't know. Follow the Canyon Boulevard to Gates. But get—" In the same instant with the shot, my left arm was seared as though with a hot iron. I dropped the telephone. I sprang to my feet, and there was Margot. She still wore her heavy coat. In her left hand she carried a lighted kerosene lantern. In her right hand was the gun which had wounded me.
"I'm sorry, Mark," she said, "but I heard you."
Calmly she laid the lantern on my study table and dropped the telephone, and Brinkley's protesting voice back to the hook. I grabbed instinctively for the revolver in my pocket.
"Don't do it,"
she said, poking her own gun muzzle at my ribs. A moment later she had snatched my pistol away and had securely pocketed it in her big coat. Stupidly eyeing her, I sat down. "They're coming," I said, pointing to the telephone.
"Then it's the end."
"Thank God," I fervently sighed.
"How badly are you hurt?"
"I'm winged all right," I said dismally.
"Take off your coat, Mark,"
she ordered. Clumsily and painfully I removed the rumpled coat of what earlier had been a neatly pressed blue worsted suit. I offered no protest as one-handedly she ripped away my left shirt sleeve.
"Just nicked the flesh," she said with obvious relief. "You'll not run away while I get dressings?"
"I don't have to run away now," I declared. "Brinkley will come."
"Yes,"
Margot sighed, walking swiftly to the door.
"Brinkley will come."
In perverse fascination, I watched the blood trickle down my bared left arm and out across the tabletop. To fight Margot now would be a most senseless and useless waste of effort. I was weary beyond any weariness I'd ever known. I'd had my say to Brinkley. Knowing I was in trouble, he assuredly would find a way. Now all I had to do was float with the tide. And while I floated, I gazed curiously at Margot's kerosene lantern. She soon returned with a nickeled medical kit. She'd discarded her coat, but I could see that her apron pockets sagged with the weight of at least one of the guns. Precisely, methodically, she opened the kit and went to work.
"Why did you do it?"
she asked, adroitly sponging the wound with an antiseptic which stung my raw and bleeding flesh. "I could stand it no longer," I groaned. "We're all crazy, Margot. We must get out."
"But if only you'd waited, all would have been well with us. Ava and you would have—"
"Ava and her accursed ghosts!" I shrieked. Margot smeared the bullet hole with medicated salve and dropped a square of gauze upon it.
"Tonight Ava's cycle would have ended, but now every hope and prospect is shattered."
With skillful hands, she wrapped my upper arm with a roller bandage and neatly taped it in place.
"I was striving toward our liberation and our new life."
She sighed. I nodded at the lantern. Hunting for death smells with that, I suppose.
"Listen, Mark," she said, eyeing me in soberness. "This is a moment of crisis for both of us. As to you and Ava, what happens now must happen. You've chosen your own course. But for me, that course you chose can mean only one thing: expulsion and death."
"Now, Margot," I protested, "it's not as bad as that.
Have you any idea what I was doing at the Cradle of Light?"
"Plugging in the smells," I hellishly chuckled.
"That's right, but perhaps not in the queer manner you've imagined. My trip to the cellar on the doctor's tram was not only for the purpose of plugging the cellar's windows, but with the deliberate intent of flooding that evil house with gas. I closed off the pilot light in the big incinerator. I opened wide its door and turned on its full flow to enter by way of the elevator cable shafts, the atelier, and all the lost and hopeless rooms above. My tram ride back to Thalamus was but a moment. My closing of windows and preparation for the great finale has taken more time. But all is in readiness. The incriminating evidence would have been wiped away in a single stroke. You would have grown mighty at Thalamus, and you could have faced the world in the glory of your new calling and the psychic strength we'd have given you. But instead you chose another way. The Kramer therapy is doomed. I am doomed."
I drew a cigarette, languidly put it to my lips, and one-handedly struck a match from my table box. Though the numbness of my arm was changing to an annoying ache, I pondered Margot's disclosure with interest. In one point I'd mistaken craftiness for insanity. Or maybe it was insanity, I could not tell. At any rate, her absurd questions at the Cradle of Light no longer seemed absurd. And that incident, I realized when she had snatched from me both match and cigarette, had been only sensible assurance against a premature explosion. "How had you planned to ignite her fireworks?" I asked. "With the lantern?" She nodded.
"It's merely necessary to hang the lantern on the doctor's tram, press the lever, and let the carriage take the open flame down the tunnel."
I gaped in utter surprise at the woman. Her plan to wipe clean the Craner slate, to fumigate the Cradle of Light of its darksome aura and past crimes, was bold, clever, and almost diabolical. It generated new ideas in me, and quite suddenly I regretted my impulsive telephone call to Brinkley. Soon, very soon, I must confess before the world not only my part in some strange and inexplicable affairs, but must incriminate Margot and possibly Ava. As for the great plan and my succession to the kingship, I'd blasted it as certainly as Margot would have blasted the Cradle of Light. "I'm sorry, Margot," I apologized. "I can see now that I was hasty, but Ava, I tell you, Ava's gone queer."
"Can't you believe me when I tell you she's almost out of her cycle? That any moment now she'll come to you, as loving, as true, and as normal as any wife could be. But your telephoning has done irreparable damage. You'll be questioned, pilloried, and forced to explain these things to a world who never will and never can understand. However, that's the course you've chosen, Mark. You and Ava must face it alone. I cannot share the future with you, because my life and my acts form no pattern which can be logically or legally explained."
I watched Margot sink dejectedly into one of the study's deep chairs, and as the minutes passed I thought back on the whole mad affair. Definitely Margot was responsible for 2 of the slayings. As for myself, I had deliberately plotted the death of no one, though indirectly an accomplice in Craner's burning, by rendering him so lethally impotent that Margot could administer the coup de grace. Again, there were all the other crimes and queer affairs we somehow must explain. I looked at Margot and shook my hairless head in bewilderment. "What a hell of a mess," I groaned. "What a stinking hell of a mess."
"I'm terribly sorry I shot you,"
Margot said, half smiling. "Think nothing of it," was my airy reply. "That's trivial to the mess I've gotten us into." While the lantern neglected on the table between us burned on and smelled stronger, we parboiled our minds in thought. When did you connect the telephones? I said, rousing suddenly.
Why, tonight. I considered it wisdom to have the line open so we might register proper concern to the authorities when the cradle of light suddenly blasted itself into oblivion.
By God, let's finish the job, I shouted, rising. It's our only hope.
But my plans must change now, Margot dismally replied. For your sake, for Ava's sake,
We both were silenced and cocked ears to the sound. It came, the clear, sweet ripple of a piano, and the firm, majestic notes told us instantly that it was Ava who played.
I told you, Margot said excitedly. Her cycle, it's ended.
She'll know me? I cried.
She's yours, Mark. She's yours to take, to cherish.
In quick strides I was at the keyboard of my Steinway. Exultantly, wildly, I struck a chord. Without hesitation, it was answered from the music room. And for 5 ecstatic minutes I made happy love to my bride by way of the universal voice of music, and received in soul-stirring abundance the cadent and sensual answers of her genius. She was mine again, and I knew it. The final sealing proof was her flirtatious, girlish rendition to me of Chopsticks. I arose to seek my bride, and in one grim instant I saw that Margot and her lantern were gone. I made one step toward the music room in the joy that awaited me there, and then I hesitated and swung on my heel. The voice of conscience told me what had happened. Without further indecision, I yanked the bookshelf outward from the wall. Ducking my head to avoid the low door, I hurtled down the basement incline. When I reached the tunnel's entrance, Margot already had folded herself into the doctor's tram. She tossed me the gun. It clattered at my feet.
"Goodbye, Mark,"
she called, and gaily waved the lantern. "No, no!" I cried, diving for her. "No, please, Margot!"
"It's best this way," she said.
Her hand beat mine to the starting lever. A whir of motors, and Margot was gone. Like the frantic hope within me, the lantern's flame quickly receded to a lighted pinpoint, and then vanished from the black hole before me. I frantically searched for a switch, but even as I searched, there came that sickening puff of air through the tunnel. The earth shook. The dull roar sounded like distant thunder. The quiet that followed was appalling. I glanced at the hole. I glanced at the gun on the floor. My bowels grew sick within me. I did not hurry as I walked up the incline. I was in no particular haste as I crossed my study. It did not surprise me that Ava had gone from the music room. I found her on the terrace, dressed again in white. She was gazing in fright and wonder at the fiery sheaf of light from the flame-gutted house of her father. But she knew and recognized me, and even fear and sorrow moved aside for that.
"Mark,"
she cried, pointing at the red and yellow inferno above the trees.
"Mark, beloved, look."
I forgot my naked bandaged arm as exultantly I folded her to me. I heard the cars along the canyon roadway, and vaguely I wondered what to do, what to say. Brinkley, I knew, would soon arrive. In a moment there would be sirens, and like a devouring scourge the outer world would move in. I gazed back at Thalamus, and shame rose in me for the troubles I was bringing to it. But my bride was in my arms, and hope soared afresh, as passionately I bent to kiss her. "God be thanked I'm a lawyer," came my fervent murmur. End of chapter 22. End of Deliver Me from Eva by Paul Bailey.